Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's get this out of the way right off the top. Why is my sound not turning down here? Let's see. I'll have to do it manually there. Okay. Good morning. Sorry, it was. I thought I had routed the sound a different way, but I hadn't. But we'll fix it. We'll get it going. Top of the morning, DMB says, "I shall claim it." First in chat. This was actually DMB came in at 7:45 a.m. to be first in chat, claim the first position, and associated with that, claim the rights, nay, the responsibility of owning everything internet related for the day. So DMB, congratulations! You are now the proud owner of the internet, everything IP related. If you do anything to it, please just keep it running. We need it today. We need it to not go down today. I've made some changes on my side, so I think your job today will be a lot easier. And let's tune out some music here. Just one minute here. There we go. Whew. All right. It was a short night. It was a short night here, and I'm going to need some water right away. So we're going to start with just an ASMR moment because I need my water. Got the red mug today for those who are keeping score of which one I'm using. True Crime Addict red mug. We're going to go for this. So this is your warning. There's going to be a little bit of a water sound. So if you're not ready for that, you might want to head to the restroom right now. All right, that was it. Okay. Oh, there was already water in that holder. We'll go with that one. I'm trying not to spill this one today. I am not sure I can catch up with chat. You guys were in here pretty active for quite a while, and I've got a lot of things going on. It's been an incredible day. First of all, already. Let's get that ready. There. Okay. Let's see. First of all, let's do a quick roll call and see who's here. Let's see. Watching live streams comes in and says right off the top, I think we're all a little anxious. We are. This is the day. Hopefully, we thought it was yesterday, but really, when we think about it, we were probably a little over optimistic there. Little town of Moscow is a small town with just a couple judges, and they probably don't work 24/7. So. Let me, before we do a roll call and get all the way through who's here already and see who we're missing, the fun part we've got this morning, first of all, is I have to give a massive shout out, first of all, to some people who have just been absolutely incredible and worked all through the night. There are a couple people, there are many, but there are a couple people off the top of my head: Amber, Monica, Denise, Golden Mom, Weather Watch, Sunshine and Sunflowers, Coffee Mom, Mars, Bella. A few of you have been absolutely phenomenal in blowing up the burner phone with all the leads. You've been working through the night, sending me information and updates, screenshots, links. It's been incredible, and I appreciate all the work you've done that helps make things go smoother here, helps me stay informed, because I can't do the work that you're doing while I'm talking, and that I cannot say enough. It helps so much that you do that. Amber especially, I've given Amber the coveted position that not many people have, and that is that she can call the burner phone and she will not go to voicemail. She'll come straight through because she's got some connections lined up this morning. She's going to do some monitoring for us on the inside, so to speak, of the court proceedings. She's got some access that that, it's available, but she's got the means to be able to really hunt things down. And I need her to be able to reach me in a moment's notice if we have to take something live so we don't miss anything. So because of that, she's got immediate access to me. So the phone just might ring while we're going live, and hopefully it'll be her. I think she's going to do a test call as well before then, so we'll make sure everything's working there. Anyway, let's do a roll call quickly. Michelle, 6 Volt, good to have you here both. Lane, DMB, obviously, the internet is all yours. Katrina, I think we have 2 Katrinas in here already this morning. If I checked, Michelle says free at last. Michelle, you did a great job with the internet. Part of that was my problem on the stream feed. I was sending just a little too much data, and it just had some trouble. But we should be better today. I've made some tweaks to the settings. Let's see. We've got, who else jumped in here? Toxic Orchid is here. Thank you so much. I'm so excited that Discord's growing and booming. Excited to see that. It's been such a great asset for us. Catlaw's here. Kevin, good morning all. Good morning. Good to have you, Kevin. Let's see. We've got Tiffany Marie. Good morning. Glad to see you in green, Tiffany. That's exciting. And thank you, Weatherwatch, for the gifted sub there. Michelle Stark. Richard on a globe hits the snooze button. Yeah, we'll give you some time to wake up. You were an hour early anyway. Bart Justin, I think I saw you were from the Netherlands. If I'm not mistaken, it's exciting to have you here, Bart. We love to get people from different countries on here and different perspectives that come with it. Weatherwatch is here. Good to have you, Weatherwatch, as well. Denise, also you've been great help. Thank you for sending me what the leads and tips you've been sending me on the burner phone. Big hugs from Tiffany Marie. The burner phone's already going again this morning. Jay says, just finished watching the video by True Crime, and holy heck, that's a rabbit hole about his opinions on Bryan. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there. I'm not sure how much is true. We're trying to wade through that and just look at the information that we can verify. Well, we allow a little bit of speculation, but we're trying not to spread anything that's not verified and not fact. The facts are what's going to matter in this case, not the speculation. KQD, good to have you here. You said you were morning. Max here. Roxanne, Alice, hope all is well. Hope all is well with you. Crafty Cow says, I wonder if there's a way to join subs on here. I went to another channel, lawyer, love him, and can sub on his page. Not sure, Crafty Cow. He's a good guy. He's got some great information. I think he does more of the personal defense cases, but he follows some stuff. Love the insight he and his dad offer on his channel. Good stuff. Most of LawTube is just a good group. They've all got very diverse personalities, but they're just awesome people. And there's a lot of crossover. Vixen, thank you so much. I'm at a meeting. Want to test now? Sure. Give it a try. Give me a quick call. We'll see if it works. Stick to the facts. It's so hard wading through rumors, and there are so many rumors, Kathy. I know they get brought up here in chat, and we try to weed through them. If it's brought up, we immediately try to look for the source and say, where did that come from? For instance, yesterday, one was brought up and I thought was a rumor, which it looks like it may be verified, and that was that the stops in Indiana were directed by the FBI, and Fox News has reported that that's actually what happened, and the purpose of those traffic stops was to get video of his hands. So I'm not. That's what I hear. I've only seen that a screenshot from Fox News, so that maybe actually might be something. Went to voicemail. Okay, that's not good. Are you calling in from the same number? Let's see here. I've got an 09 as the ending. Is that the one you're calling from? Hen says, stepped away and missed Scott going live. Good morning. Hey, it's the same time every morning. I can't. It's not my fault. Teresa is here. I skipped a whole bunch of people. Amber, we've got to figure this out. I might have to figure out something else here really quickly. Let's see if it's because of this setting. Okay, does somebody get through? We'll get this sorted out. I need to access you to be able to access me right away. So that's what I'm working on. Let's say for now, Amber, if you can, I know we've got information on the dockets here. Thank you for that. If you can use, just flag me in chat, and maybe if my mods can watch for Amber's chat, I'll keep you sort of on speed dial. I might have to call you until I can get that directed. But okay, I thought that was going to be working. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. Julianne says, "Can't wait for what's to come today. I've been up and waiting for 6 hours." Julianne, you've been up all night. It was just like 6 hours ago we were here doing all this together. Let's see what we've got. Watching a couple different streams here, mostly just old stuff. It looks like they got a little bit of snow up in Idaho overnight too, which is funny because you look at the press and all the pictures. If you followed, anytime the camera sort of panned around, whether it was at the airport or it was at the courthouse when they were arriving, they've got tons of press. Like all the outlets are there. People flew in. You've obviously Law and Crime, News Nation. People like that, Court TV. They all flew in cameras and they've got crews and everything in this little tiny town. It must be impossible to find a hotel right now in Moscow, but they flew in, and really they only have that one day. That's all they've got. So there's nothing more that's really to see. And so we're probably going to see people around. Like man on the street type interviews from all these stations and some reporting on the ground in front of the courthouse. But really, there's no more spectacle to film out of Moscow. All we're waiting for is the paperwork, which we believe will be handled digitally, not in person. So we sort of all will get the same shot at that when it comes out. But that's funny. Let's see. Love crossing that police tape again. Yay, Amber, that's our Callie, Little Miss. Thank you for loaning us Amber. She does a fantastic job over on the Discord, digging up documents, getting connections. I don't know how she does it. I do. She's told me, but she's got multiple devices at her disposal, and she can find information faster than just about anybody. A couple of you out there are like that, and thank you so much for keeping me informed that way. Okay, talk is the judge going to put a gag order for a better trial. Okay, the gag order's in place already, Teresa, but that just stops people from talking. It doesn't stop the release of the court records. For the court records to be stopped from being released, it would require them to be sealed, which can be either requested by the prosecution, the defense, or the judge himself or herself, depending on who it is. Can, of their own volition, without anyone asking for it, go ahead and seal those documents. So it's a possibility, but we don't expect that. Let's see. Fractured. I got completely lost in chat. I've missed all the roll call. I've messed that up. So if everyone could just raise your hand, I'll mark you down as here. Everyone who arrives after this has to say !late in chat. Just all one word, !late, no space. And we'll mark you down as being late but present. So one demerit. Let's see, we've got J.A. from Australia. Good to have you here. Lee here as well. We've got a few from Australia. We've got a few from the UK. Weather Watch from down in Texas. That storm that you said was coming in I think they might be pushing in and giving the Moscow the snow they're receiving now, or part of it. Maybe that's the front edge. Morning, lovelies. Good morning, Roxanne. Izzy, good to have you here as well. Some of you weren't here late last night because we did a late show. Probably stopped right around midnight my time, which is all good. I don't need that much sleep anyway. Sharon says, "I'm here. Good morning, peeps. It's early, but we're here. We're watching right now. In this case, the big news we're watching for right now is that Bryan Kohberger is expected to be arraigned. Arraigned is basically after you're taken into custody, shortly afterwards. It usually happens within a few hours, usually less than 24 hours, sometimes depending on the weekend. In small towns, it could be longer. We think it's going to happen today. But the arraignment is basically where he appears before a magistrate and is informed formally of what the charges are. In addition to that, he can hear, some places make it optional, some places require them to read them, the actual arrest affidavit type thing. Here's the probable cause we have to charge you with these things. That's what we want, because that might have information about cell tower pings, might have information about DNA evidence that was found at the crime scene, witnesses that may place him there, anything that the police in Moscow used to build a case to get him arrested and extradited is probably going to be included in that affidavit. So that's when that becomes public. Missy Pan says, "Good morning. Finally home in Minnesota after 2-day cancellation of flights. Had to drive home from St. Louis." Oh man, it's a shame that you had to drive when Bryan on short notice got to fly across the country without problems. It was a long flight, but your drive was probably long as well. Let's see. Sent some emails. The person who just texted me, do I have a minute before you go live? I am live right now. I'm trying to see who this was. Okay. Let me text him real quick, or her. Let's see what this is. I am waiting. I'm not sure if this is actually my contact from. Okay, that was. I'm not sure if this is my contact from California. Is what I'm saying. I'm expecting.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
We covered that in detail yesterday. We're expecting a couple public records requests to be responded to here in the near term. One out of California regarding a police chase where the suspect was bitten by a police dog, but it was the wrong suspect, and another one out of Florida with Sarah Boone, where we're waiting for some news on that. Let's see. Okay. All right, I know who this is. Sorry, this is another case where we might have an inside contact, meaning the defendant would like to talk to us on a case that's ongoing right now. Okay. Let's see if I can contact with him on lunchtime. Okay. Let's see. So roll call is done. Really, basically, I think you're all here. Twisted Branches, by the way. Thank you for becoming a member this morning. Welcome to the gallery. Go ahead and chat and type _seat. All is one word. One of the perks of being a member is you get to move right up to the front row and get a great view of all the proceedings here in the Court of Public Opinion. So we will definitely save you a space there. All right. Jade says, I'm new to this channel. When did Recover Addicts start with true crime on YouTube? Thanks. A great question, Jade. I started the end of October, halfway through the Darrell Brooks trial. And the first day I had 13 people on here, and we had a blast just talking for hours and watching the trial and analyzing it and discussing the circus that was playing out before our eyes. And the second day we had 35, and the third day we had about 400, and the fourth day, over the course of the day, about 13,000 people joined. Yes, Darrell Brooks. That's what we had when we started. So it started quickly. This is something I've been interested in since I was a kid, but I never had done a live stream like this. As a matter of fact, if you've got a minute, as we're waiting for court to happen, we're not missing anything right now. It's still early in Idaho, so we're getting ready for them to get going. But the way this all started is I had a nice cushy job with the federal government as a contractor and working in IT with the Department of Defense. That the contract ran out, sort of filled. I finished the contract back in the end of April. And I was looking for work for a long time. There's a lot of jobs out there, but nothing I really wanted that I thought would be a good fit for me. And so 6-7 months of looking for the right job, it's a little bit depressing. It wears you down a little bit. And I said,
First funds in 2023 for Pickle Fund.
Thank you so much, Anne. I appreciate the Pickle Fund donation. I do like pickles, and we'll make sure we get some spicy maple bourbon pickles with that. Appreciate your support, Anne. Anyway, so I was just a little worn down about looking for jobs, and I said, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to just do something fun. I've got all this equipment because I've worked in the news media before. I've worked with police departments. I've worked behind, filming behind the scenes. I've been through Citizens Police Academy type thing. I've had some great associations with public information officers and some close ties there. So I've been around this a lot, and I said, let's just live stream. Let's just live stream this case. It's interesting to me, and it took off. And within 1 week, I had hit every metric according to YouTube to monetize. on my channel, as far as, over 5,000 watch hours, 1,000 members, subscribers. It just exploded, and it's become this. And I've discovered that really this community, this group that's here, is incredible, and it's not like any other place on the internet. It's so much fun. But does that answer your question? It was a little bit of a story time there, and I got off the case. Jenny says, "Good morning, RA friends. Will we see the affidavit today? We sure hope so. We know that we will not see the affidavit until he appears before that judge in an arraignment. That arraignment, he's going to be formally read the charges, even though he's been booked. I mean, he knows what the charges are, but he hasn't been formally arraigned before the judge. He'll also be informed formally, again, if he doesn't know already, that he's being held without bond, that there's no amount of money he can put up that will secure his release, because we just don't think he'll come back, or that he will be around to come back if we let him out." So CG in Texas says, "Poll idea. Did the FBI ask for the traffic stop in Indiana? 1, 2, or coincidence?" I saw some screenshots of Fox News reporting that they did. So that's what we're seeing so far. Love the pickle fund. I love pickles. They make the world go round. If you have not tried spicy maple bourbon pickles, they're available at Walmart, $3.84 on the top shelf. I really wish they sponsored the channel because we plug them so much, but they will change your life. The pickles are that good. Anyway, let's see. Welcome new members. I saw a few slide in. Good to have you here. We did have about a few new members yesterday as well. I mean, thanks a lot to Weatherwatch, who's been handing out gifted memberships all over the place. But we also had about 500 new subs. So we've got some new people that came in yesterday. And it is a friendly, lovely channel. It's what makes it amazing is the people in chat, Twisted Branches. You guys are absolutely incredible individuals, kind, very, very smart, I might say. You guys, the way you're able to dig up information, it's crazy. I love it. What is the virtual seat for? What does it do? Thanks, Jade. It's just it's a member perk. Basically, the membership allows people who want to support the channel financially to do that. But I said at the very beginning, what my channel is and what it started out as is what I want to keep it as all the way through. So although I would, to be able to continue to do this, I would need to have some memberships, because this is going to be my full-time job. This is all I do. I don't have another job or income on the side. So because of that, I need to have some income, and I want some opportunities for people who feel inclined to do that to be able to share that way. But I don't want anyone to feel like they have to. That's why anyone can ask a question, and you don't have to be a member, anything. You just ask the question, and if you flag me like Alexis did on this one right here with an recovery addict, I'm going to answer it. I'm going to look it up and try to answer everything I possibly can. The safe space is fun. We have some conversations in here that are difficult. I will say that there are some days where the tensions rise a little high, but the good thing about this community is that we're civil about it. We can have disagreements and discussion and not attack each other, and it's just amazing. We do have many legal professions in here. We've got some very, very smart people. I mean, like, we're talking rocket scientist level intelligence here in the chat that's represented from several different countries and beyond around the world. Let's see. Did you know you had such a great voice before this channel? Lane, I've heard that a lot, but I've never really done anything with it. I went to school for this. I've got my degree in communications, broadcast media. I've worked in the TV industry a lot, in news and stuff like that. But I do appreciate all the compliments. I give all the credit to my great voice to some amazing hardware here on the desk that makes me sound great. It doesn't do a big change, but it just adds that extra punch. Where were we at? We'll give you an update here of what documents we found overnight. Let's see. What does the virtual seat do? Sorry, that's what I was answering, Jade. It's just a fun little thing to do because I want to keep the channel the same as it was when it started. The perks for members.
I appreciate your channel.
Thank you very much. Who was that? That was Katrina Hetherington, the other Katrina. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for your support, Katrina. I love that. Thanks for being here. The virtual seats, the rewards, I have to offer a reward or a perk for being a member, and I wanted it to be something that no matter how many people joined, I could keep up with, so that the channel didn't become, instead of what it was that you came when you found it for the first place, it didn't turn into me just trying to give out the perks to all the members. I wanted it to stay the same. So we sort of went with virtual perks, which are sort of funny. I tried to have some engagement there and make it a fun part of chat, but also I just didn't want it to take away from true crime discussion. So that's what it is. You don't feel required to do it. It won't actually change your experience as far as the viewing goes. It's just a fun little joke we have here on the channel. Will you be showing the suitcase trial? Jenny, great question. Sarah Boone is the suitcase trial, and the idea is yes, I think we will, because first of all, the judge has said the case is going forward. We haven't had any reason to close it thus far. All the documents in the case, everything's been shared. It's out of Florida. Florida's a pretty good state to watch crime from as far as cameras in the courtroom. And so I'd say yes, I think we're going to go ahead with that. And the latest we have actually on that case is the 17th of January, so about 12 days. We have a pretrial hearing with Sarah Boone, which is going to be funny because her lawyer, Mr. Frank J. Bankowitz, is her lawyer number 6, right? Has been ordered to meet with her because Sarah Boone's been writing letters to the judge saying, "Oh, where's my lawyer? He hasn't talked to me in months," type thing. So he's been ordered to meet with her by the 17th. So there's going to be something that we already know that the lawyer wants off the case. He asked for that, but the judge said no. And so the case is going forward at the end of this month. So we're looking for the 30th of January as a start date for that trial, and we will be covering that. So very much so. Give us a subscribe if you want to follow. I do have some Freedom of Information Act requests out of Florida regarding Sarah Boone for some documents nobody's shown yet. We know they exist.
This is a fantastic group. I love the conversations, and you and the people in here are so respectful. Thank you again, R.A.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it for the generous super chat. This is a great group. I have not ever found a group this amazing on the internet like we have here. So, but thanks for your support. And it looks like Miss Chris gifted a membership. Oh, I'm not sure who got that here. Let me scroll down and see if I can find that. Lil Miss, congratulations, Miss Chris hooked you up, and that was almost by design. I think that was amazing. I know it's the YouTube algorithm that makes it happen. But Lil Miss, you got the membership. Good to have you in green, Lil Miss. You do a fantastic job over there in Discord. Love what you do and for letting us participate there. Okay, where are we at? We're going to talk about some of the documents that some of you guys have dug up overnight on the burner phone. Let's see, specifically, Amber, who I'm not sure what you're going by today, Amber. Are you going by Vixen today? I know you've got 2 names. Let's see. I'm not sure which one you are in chat right now. I think you're Vixen today. But Amber, also from Discord, has dug up some information and will be monitoring the Zoom rooms for the 3 courts that are possible for this hearing to take place in. So if it happens and is broadcast on Zoom, Amber's going to be watching that for us. And we're gonna keep an eye on that. She's also let's see who else sent me some stuff. We had let's see, Monica sent me a few documents here as far as how requests go. Let's see, Denise. Hang on, I'm trying to find the right document I'm thinking of. Denise, you sent me some stuff about the Zoom as well. Let me just say the information on Zoom, the Zoom rooms for the judges. It is out there, but I'd ask if you do have it, please don't share it in chat. Not because it's not public, because they do make it sort of public. You have to sort of dig for it, but we don't want it shared so that it would cause a problem, like we saw in some other cases, like the out of Utah. Oh man, the recovery groups. Why can I not think of the case that's Adventures with Purpose? Where they had an issue where everyone was connecting and somebody had an open mic and suddenly everything got shut down. So for that reason, we're not going to share the Zoom information, the Zoom room, and the passwords to access those 3 courts. We don't know yet which judge is going to handle this, because overnight, or basically in the last couple of days, Judge, that's actually his last name is Judge. I mean, talk about having the right name for the job. Judge has issued the media report, like the ruling on the media, which is great because, first of all, it says that cameras will be in the courtroom. unless the other judge changes their mind. But they're going to have 2 cameras in the courtroom, one still photographer in the courtroom. There's going to be obviously there's an order to pool the media resources. So we should have multiple streams available to us with at least 2 angles. And that's awesome. And reading through the description, actually the rules, if you're ever scheduled a concert or have been on the back end of a concert coming to town, there's a rider that the artist will send and say, I need this in the hotel room, I need this brand of water and these treats available and everything. Well, the media guidelines are sort of like the rider for a court case. And so I look at that, and the rules that are on the cameraman are not nearly as restrictive as some other places. Sometimes you'll get a rule that says you can't pan, no sudden movement, so you have to pan very slowly. Like the judge doesn't want to see the camera moving, or you can't have any red flashing lights on your camera, or, all these rules. In Idaho, it's pretty open, so we're gonna have some movement. We're gonna have 2 cameras, and it's gonna be good. The Idaho court website has crashed multiple times, Nina. We've seen that it's just ground to a halt, as thousands of people, tens of thousands of people possibly are. Let's see, we might have the hearing. Live streaming is not allowed. It's Kathy Russell saying live stream is not allowed at the hearing. Let's see. Portion of proceedings which may be televised. Photography, video, and audio is not permitted during a recess in court proceedings. Recess means anytime the judge is not on the bench or on the record. No electronic device shall record the audio or video of any bench conference or sidebar between the court. No live broadcasting, transmitting, or streaming from the courtroom is allowed. Okay, so I think this is different. She's looking at the same report and saying they're not going to live stream from the courtroom, but at the same time, that report also says that there will be two pool cameras that are allowed. They'll have a feed and we'll publish as soon as the hearing's over. I wonder if other news media will take that the same way. I'm not sure if they will. So we'll keep an eye on that. Did you see the court sketches when he was in PA for the extradition hearing? Super interesting. I didn't know they did those still pretty regularly. Alexis, I didn't see the sketch, but we did have an addict by the name of Kelly on here who was actually in there. She lives in New Jersey, and she went to court, and she sat there and she gave us her impression of how things went down and what she saw and observed inside the courtroom yesterday. It was amazing to get her feedback and just her impression of that. Have you seen BK's attorney? She's impressive. Eric, I haven't seen her like a mugshot of her. Obviously it won't be a mugshot, but like a professional photo of her. But I hear that from a legal perspective, she's very talented and a very good lawyer. He should have 2, though, because this is a capital case, and he should have 2 public defenders for that. Southern Manners says, recovery addict, do you think the judges are doing rock, paper, scissors for who will get this case? I don't know. It's probably a rotation that happens. I'm not sure if they just talk to each other and say, hey, I'll take this one. You had the last ugly one. But Judge is the one who signed the media document for this trial, and the other judge, I think it's Marshall, is the one who issued the gag order. So we've basically got two documents issued that affect this trial. I'm not sure if that means Marshall is going to be our judge, or if it'll be judge, and there's another one as well.
Crafty Cow just sent a super sticker with 4.49.
Hey, Crafty Cow, love the Keep It Up super sticker. It doesn't show up on my screen here, but I can see it. I can't show it up on the big picture. Right, you're looking at the back of my head here. Sorry about that. There we go. Thank you for the super sticker and for your support of the channel. Eric Banter is already back at the crime scene doing homework. Or who's that? Weather Watch. Oh, that was in response to Eric. I was thinking Enton for some reason when I read Eric Banter. Sorry, and you responded to somebody else. Let's see if there are any other questions. If you've got a question for me and I have not answered it, first I apologize. I do try to watch them as much as possible. If you flag me like Tiffany Marie did here, with just as you're writing the chat, just put @ and then type recovery addict like that. It will be in bold orange on my screen, and as I'm scrolling through all the chats, I'll try to pick those out and answer those questions, because I do want to answer your questions. If I don't have the answer, we probably have people in chat who could help, whether they're lawyers or weathermen or you name it. We've got them here. Let's see. Get my throwing practice. I do have some throwing gavel emojis that are available there. Okay. Yes, Judge Marshall signed the gag order. So we think it's going to be her, because the gag order is very specific to the case, where the media order is more like this is how our courts operate type thing. So BK's attorney, I'll have to look this up. What's her name? Weather Watch, do you have her name off the top of your head? There was footage of the lawyer at the scene and talk. It was her who stopped the house being cleaned. She had a forensic investigator with her. Wow. That was like the moment they were ready to arrest him. Because didn't they stop that before they really announced the arrest? So did she already know at that moment that he would be her client? It's Idaho Pacific or Mountain Time recovery addicts. I've heard, Last Poet, that they actually have a little bit in Pacific Time, which may be where Moscow is. Hey Siri, what time is it in Moscow, Idaho?
In Moscow, Idaho, it's 6:35 a.m.
6:35, so that's 3 hours difference. I'm on Eastern, so Central, Mountain. So isn't that Pacific? That should make it Pacific time, right? Unless I did my math wrong. Okay, Katie Taylor. Thank you, Kelly. Katie Taylor or Ann Taylor. It's somebody Taylor. His attorney ordered a crime scene reconstruction. What does that entail? Rick, this is a great question. We actually have a gentleman who just contacted me, the one who texted me saying, hey, let me talk to you. I'll be calling him later today. He has a case that I can't tell a lot of details about, but he, in his defense, he also ordered a crime scene reconstruction. And when I was speaking with this gentleman, he said, you know the movie Rust? Okay, if you've watched the video about that, they did a reconstruction of the crime scene, or at least I think the prosecution did a reconstruction of that event, and it's like a digital 3D reconstruction. It's very expensive. It can be tens of thousands of dollars, but they basically recreate the scene from all the evidence they have, and make it so it's a 3D, almost like a virtual experience as you follow it. So that's what is apparently what's been ordered, and that will take some time. First of all, that means I'm not sure if it'll be. I don't think it would delay a speedy trial, but it will take some time to create. Okay, more questions. Great question there, by the way, Rick. I appreciate that. Ann Taylor. Okay, that's where I was. I had a squirrel moment, and I missed it. I was looking for Kohberger lawyer. Let's take a look at Taylor. This new attorney famously overturned a murder conviction after catching out lying cop. Who is Ann Taylor? Let's take a look at this. This is from, I'm reading this from Mia.com. I'm not really sure who that is, but they've got some information. I'll read it. This was published on January 4th, just recent. Dateline, Idaho, Moscow. Kootenai County public defender. So she's not from Latah County, because they had too many conflicts in Latah County. For one, one of the defenders that was available to him was the coroner in the case. So obviously she's conflicted, and there was another one with another conflict as well. But Kootenai County public defender Ann Taylor will be the attorney representing mass murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. As per reports, Kohberger is accused of killing 4 students with a fixed blade knife. It was a K-bar style knife, is what we've been told. Let's see, what's the information about her? The family could not afford a private attorney, but they basically won the lottery then when it comes to public defenders, because this lady, from the rumor, is that she's amazing. Let's see. Public defender Ann Taylor has been identified. This is Newsbreak. Has been identified as the lawyer assigned to the case. I need a background, a legal background on her. Reddit. It's some people are saying that she's the Latah County Chief Public Defender. I don't think that's right. that's a Reddit post that I think is off, because I don't think Latah County has like a public defender's office. They're not big enough for that. Jay says, recover addict, stop asking that the unnamed robot to answer things because your devices try to join in. It's a good thing I didn't try to order something from that big store that starts with an A and ship batteries or something, because suddenly battery sales will go through the roof. Have you seen the police body cam footage for the first police stop in Indiana? Geo's Girl, yes, we watched that yesterday. I'm not sure if I've got that still on my feed. Hang on, I'm pulling it up. I've got to let me kill the audio here just 1 second. You recognize that sound? Let me see. That's the first. I think I pulled it off. I don't have that one up on my machine anymore. But we watched the second one, which was released first, and then the first one was released. Both a little bit bizarre. His actions, the discussion in the first stop with the sheriff's deputy was fascinating and weird, quirky. Why are you bringing up this SWAT team thing that happened, a couple hours ago when you had already left the state? Why is that so important to talk about as we're trying to figure out who you are and where you're coming from? Jen says, is there a way to become a member without using an actual computer? Sadly, I only have access to my iPhone and iPad Pro. Jen, I think if you go on the iPad Pro and use Safari to access YouTube, so it doesn't use the app, but it uses Safari to do it, I think you can get around it that way. Or maybe Chrome, the Chrome app. But Apple just doesn't play nicely with YouTube for some reason. And there's always the chance you might win a gifted membership as well. that could happen as well. Let's see. Recovery Addict. Twisted Branches says, Recovery Addict, if Bryan requests a speedy trial but defense advise him against it, does Bryan get the last say in it? I believe when it comes to his rights, he gets the last say. His defense really has a lot of leeway in how they proceed with the case, but they can't force him to, change his plea. They can't force him to. They'll advise him and counsel him, and say, like, they can't force him to say, don't testify in your own defense. Okay, that's his decision. It's up to him. He has the right to do that. He has the right to a jury trial. Those rights, they can't make that decision for him. But they'll probably give him a lot of information and counsel regarding that. Sorry, I'll get to your questions here. Hey there, Recovery Addict. Unsolved Cases and News. Good to have you here. This is a fun place. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks for popping in. 800 plus in this room, and we're going to need a bigger boat, says Mr. 80s Music. We're waiting for Idaho to just wake up, and so we can get the judge in the courtroom to get this arraignment done and get the probable cause affidavit released. That's what we're holding on for. And sorry, I'm trying to keep a closer eye on the burner phone. Let's see. Sunshine Sunflowers. Kathy Mobbitt. I don't know how to say the last name. She's a Latah County prosecutor. She's the one that, I think she's the other, or she's the coroner. She's the one that's conflicted. First elected coroner in November 2006. She graduated as a registered nurse from Sacred Heart School of Nursing and worked at the Gritman Medical Center Emergency Department for many years. So we'll probably see her as a witness. Okay. Yeah, she's an attorney, and she could have been his attorney had she not worked on the bodies that he presented for them. She graduated with a bachelor's in political science from the University of Idaho, and then completed a law degree from the University of Idaho in 2001. So that's Kathy. We'll probably see her as a witness. That's the coroner. She's like an attorney and coroner. Let's see. Okay, who says, let's see. Okay. All right. I've got some updates on somebody else that I can't talk about, and update that the eaglets have hatched. For those of you who watch the eagle cams, there's a little hatching that's taken place. Amber, we've got to figure out how to get you connected to me. But I think the flagging me in chat is probably the best way. The public defender has gotten a guilty verdict overturned and retired. All right.
It's incredible to see a public defender have a paid crime scene reconstruction. Also wanted to hear Super Chat say subject matter jurisdiction.
Eric, appreciate that. And were you, did it give you everything you wanted? Was it everything you hoped for as far as that voice? I've had requests to get the voice changed, and I was too busy last night to fix that. I have some other voices available. This is one of the clearer ones, but thank you for the Super Chat, Eric. And And yes, you're right.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
See, I like how Brooks says it personally. It is weird. Paid crime scene reconstruction. Generally, anytime you have that would sort of fall in the expert testimony type area, as far as expenses go for a case, and generally that has to be run through the courts and approved before you proceed that way. So that's interesting to see that, because it's not cheap. I mean, $50,000 is not unreasonable for a crime scene reconstruction like that. But thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Tammy says, I watch on TV. I usually like button it. Love those pickles. They're delicious. Courtney Bellamy, hello, and first time here. Welcome. Good to have you here, Courtney. This is a fun place. I think you'll find that the chat is full of friends you never knew you had. We need a squirrel. I know I need to get the emoji and the trigger for that going. It's just so much fun stuff is happening in the courts. I haven't been able to focus on that. Maybe this weekend when I'm not metal detecting, because I've got a big metal detecting thing I'm doing on Saturday. Kootenai, Alexis, thank you for the pronunciation guide. As you know, I need that pretty much all the time. Kootenai. Is it Kootenai or Kootenai? You sort of drop the E in, right? It's like, or you drop the E. She's out of Coeur d'Alene, the other lawyer. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Quick update on Zarp says it all boils. Thanks for joining, by the way. First time I've seen you in chat, Zarp. If you're brand new, welcome. It's all boiled down to DNA. If his blood is mixed with their blood or skin under the fingernails, then he's absolutely done. Case closed. No way for him to explain it that way. Yeah, that'll be some a hard thing, because what the defense has to do and what they'll try to do. I don't know what Bryan wants to present as his defense, but if you go back to Matthew Terry in Florida, is a good example of this. Matthew Terry is the one who was convicted of stabbing his girlfriend to death after he had previously stabbed a girlfriend up in Wisconsin in a very similar manner. But he was convicted. He was found guilty. But right at the end of the trial, he was upset. And he's like, "Hey, judge, I was promised something that I didn't get. They promised they would present my story. My lawyers would present my story the way I told them, the way I laid out the facts. And the lawyers don't have to do that. You can tell them that's what you want all day long. But really what they have to do is they have to take the available evidence, what's been admitted in court, basically what the information, the facts as they are known, and then craft their defense using those facts." And unfortunately, in Matthew Terry's case, the facts were different than his story. And so for the lawyer to get up there and try to argue something that the juries could blatantly see was not true would not be effective. And so they didn't. And so here you've got the same thing. If you have for instance, if Bryan has this story, the scenario in his mind of how he's going to explain what happened, and it goes contrary to the evidence that's presented in court when this moves forward, the lawyers are probably not going to present the way he wants. Is that enough for him to say, I'd like to fire my lawyers, I want to represent myself? Maybe. He's probably smart enough. He could probably get away with at least convincing the court to let him do that. It's not smart. It's never smart, especially in a capital case. But yeah, that's some information that will be very very interesting. Hopefully we'll have probably not the detail of where they found DNA, but hopefully we'll have information about DNA in the probable cause affidavit to look at when that comes out. Hopefully soon. WeatherWatch has gifted a new membership. WeatherWatch is incredibly generous, and thank you so much. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and a fantastic weatherman as well, I might add. And I just want to see. I'm curious who the lucky winner is here. YouTube picks the winner. It's not me. Tater Tot, congratulations. You're gifted a membership by WeatherWatch. Thank you so much, WeatherWatch, and congratulations, Tater Tot. Let's see. Bart says, open a YouTube in Safari, or the membership button is visible by an old video from Recovery Addict. Yeah, I think that's the way you're able to connect. I missed a couple comments here. I'm going to go back and get them. Jojo says, Recovery Addict, will we be able to see inside the courtroom today? Sorry if you already answered. Jojo, we've got conflicting information. Here's what we have. We know that each one of these judges, each of the three judges that this possibly could be handled by this morning out of Moscow, have YouTube pages that are linked to Zoom rooms. We have the Zoom room information. We've got people monitoring. Amber is one of them who's monitoring those for us to check and see if any activity happens. We've got people checking the dockets to see if there's anything on the schedule, but none of the dockets, even though they have schedules, are showing Bryan on it yet. So we're not sure exactly where it's going to go. We do hope that when they go live, that when they do this, that the court does what they normally do and open the Zoom room, as has been, the policy for the last, ever since 2020, when all the crazy stuff that happened there. They open the Zoom room and it triggers the YouTube live, and that we can grab. Even though there may be an order that says no live streaming from the courtroom, the court may live stream from the courtroom already. So I'm not sure right now if we will see that arraignment or not. Let's see. Molly has admitted to being an addict. A few of you are admitting to being an addict, and congratulations and welcome. I will let you know that once you join, you cannot leave. It's like Hotel California here. I loved when the cop asked where they were going, and Bryan said, to get Thai food. Oh, my goodness, Nina. And he did it twice. And his dad's like, we're actually coming from Washington State University. And it's like, no, we're getting Thai food. That's the story. Thai food, Thai food, Thai food. It's like, who drives from Washington State University to Indiana to get Thai food? Is there not anything along that route where you can stop and get some Thai food without going all the way to PA? I guess PA must have a good place. Ruthie DeSluthi. I love the name, Ruthie. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. If you type !seat once you're a member, you get to move right to the front row of the Court of Public Opinion. and Crafty Cow as well. Congratulations and welcome. Good to have you as a member. Thanks for your support of the channel. Courtney Bellamy comes in and says, I've heard the number of defense attorneys and public defenders that are death penalty certified are not many at all. Recover addict Ann Taylor is the chief public defender out of Coeur d'Alene. Okay, so if she's the chief public defender out of Coeur d'Alene, okay, because he's not getting a defender out of Latah County. That makes sense. He should have two. He should have two attorneys. This is a capital case. He'll have two attorneys. So there's going to be somebody in addition to Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor might be her primary attorney, but he'll have another as well. Mike comes in and says, recovery addict, new report, FBI asked police to pull Bryan Kohberger over to get images of hands, according to the report. I saw that. It's been reported.
Consent to that night.
Thanks, Mr. Brooks. It's been reported from Fox News, and they've sort of posted some stories. I think there's truth to that. Courtney, this is, let's see, there's a rumor. Okay, this is just rumor, so let's take it to that fact that the sheath knife was found. The knife sheath, that's basically the holder for the knife, like usually holds on a belt, but was found under one of the victims. Probably not true, but if it is, that will be interesting. You know, what would be interesting about that, and I would say there might be some truth there, because the police came out with a very clear description of the knife that they believe was used. And they described a K-bar style knife, and you can Google that and see it's like a Rambo style knife. Okay, like think of Rambo and the knife he's got in his teeth. I think that's the type of knife. It's a full tang blade. It's a fixed blade. It's like a hunting knife that has generally it's got blood grooves along the side, so that when something is stabbed, it facilitates quicker bleeding. As well as it has a sort of like a jagged edge or barbs along the top. But they may have found it was that knife just from the injuries and the type of stab wounds. If there were the barbs on the top and they saw tearing at the knife entry points, that might also be why they think that was what's happened. So that'll be interesting to find the sheath, because that's some great evidence. I mean, what if it matches exactly something that he ordered from Amazon type thing or eBay? That's some evidence that might be coincidental but very important. Let me scroll back. As I said before, if you've got a question, try to flag me in it like Courtney did here on the screen. And I'll try to read those first. Otherwise, I'm just sort of scrolling through, picking out what I see here. Kathy says, I hope the professors are called as witnesses and are extensively cross-examined. Becoming friends with students, etc. will be interesting for sure. Kathy, yes, but at the same time, once you get in the doctorate level, once you're doing those upper level classes, the classroom gets smaller, right? It's not the mass humanity that's in the general education classes, at the associate's level or bachelor's level. Once you get more to the top of that focus of your education, it's a smaller group, and you work a lot closer with the professors. There's there's opportunities, and so them being friends, although it's a little weird, especially with the subject matter they talk about, they're a lot like us, okay, because we're doing the same thing. It's not too normal. Eric Banter, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I appreciate it very much. Go ahead and take your seat at the front of the room. We've reserved it for you. Kelly says, don't say that A name that triggers our devices to listen to our voices. I won't say that. I'll try not to, unless somebody's name's in chat. I might read it on accident. Molly says, are his parents in Idaho too? Great question. We don't think so. First of all, what we know about his parents, and we're trying not to follow the family too closely, because in a way, until we have any information otherwise, they're victims too, right? This was just what we believe is they were caught off guard completely. They had no idea. They don't believe their son would do something like this, and they're sort of suffering in a different way, but at the same time as the victims' families are, and just in an awful spot. We know that they couldn't afford a lawyer in PA. If they couldn't afford a lawyer in PA, the cost of flying out to, on a moment's notice across the country to book a flight to be there to support your son at an arraignment hearing, they're probably not there. They're probably not in Idaho. They definitely couldn't have driven there in time. So they probably were not there, probably no family there yet. Whether they'll be there for trial, most likely they'll probably be there. On Apple devices, you don't have the dollar bill on the side of the chat bar. No, Apple devices are weird that way. There are a few people in the house. We're all waiting for this probable cause affidavit to drop, and that's what we're waiting here for. We're waiting for this the arraignment hearing to take place. Watching the Zoom feeds on the side as well to try to get that as soon as it happens. Let's see. Let me get some more questions here. Okay. For those that I will say on the burner phone today, I do have a burner phone that we have on this channel. It's a way for you to reach me directly. It goes straight to voicemail, or you can send a text. But we post the number if you need the number. And before we do this, let me just say, today, let's try to limit it just to tips. There's so many things coming in on the burner phone. There's so many people out there that if you see something new that's breaking that we haven't discussed yet, or if you get a link of something that's live and need to share that with us so we can share it with everybody, let's use the burner phone for that. We'll try to keep the general chatter down just today as we're waiting for breaking news. But if you need that burner phone, WeatherWatch has put it right there. You do !burner, and there'll be a message that appears in chat like this, and it will show the burner phone number for me, and that'll be great. We'll be using that to contact a few people during the day as information comes available. Courtney says, recovery addict, I meant the number of public defenders and attorneys that are death penalty certified in Idaho is a small number. Yes, that is a smaller group that is able to handle a case of that size. So yeah, not a big pool to draw from at all. And sorry if I wasn't clear on that, Courtney. You are absolutely correct. Thanks for the clarification. Let's see. Ed says the join button currently does not appear on most enabled channels on iOS inside the YouTube app. Join from another non-iOS device or opening a channel page in a web browser. That's the best advice, way to put that. Questions. Let's go down. I'm scrolling, catching up here. Sent the eaglet photo. Thank you, Ann. We were following that. The eagle hatched. Coffee Cake says grounds. I'll have to get that sound effect working. KQD says it would be nice to have the command voice be Recovery Addict's voice, but that would probably be a little confusing. I could do that. I could make it be my voice. It would be confusing for sure. Because it would have to be a pre-recorded voice. Sick with the COVID, can't spell today. I'm sorry, Karina. Thanks for being here. I hope you get feeling better soon. I think everybody's had that at one point or another, and we're just hopefully all on the mend. Let's see. Good morning, Danielle, fellow addicts. Good to have you. Linda Hill says, recovery addict, the reconstruction, I just picture the jury, lawyers, and judge has the virtual glasses on to see the scene. Right, so they've all got their Oculus headsets on as they're looking around that would be amazing, as a jury member. It's like, here, let me take a look inside the crime scene, right? Rewind time and walk around and observe for myself. Yeah, technology is incredible. I don't think we're there yet from a legal standpoint to allow jurors to wander around willy-nilly in a virtual crime scene, but maybe soon. I mean, that's not outside of the realm of possibility. Ooh, somebody just revved an engine right outside my house. Coffee Cake says it would be death penalty if DNA is under the fingernails. It's definitely capital. Okay. Chat just updated with a million comments here. I want to get everybody who's tagged me here, so I apologize. I'm going to go a little bit faster. His eyes were like, "Shut up, Dad." Nina, yes, in that first traffic stop that was released second, as soon as his dad says WSU, he did like this. He looked at him and like snapped forward. He's like, "Okay, that's what we're going to roll with now." It was a reaction to his dad saying WSU. It's crazy. Okay, Golden Mom says, don't you feel that they must have extremely strong evidence to have a no-knock warrant served? Yes, Golden Mom. We found out from the PA press conference right after his arraignment, or not his arraignment, his extradition hearing, that they said in Pennsylvania we have a much higher standard of proof. The evidence has to be more convincing, more compelling than just probable cause, which was still a high standard, but probable cause to actually do a no-knock warrant. And they said they kicked down the doors and broke the windows, probably flashbangs involved. It was a full-on SWAT no-knock warrant that was served there. And so PA, who got to see this probable cause affidavit, they've seen it, they've read it. They said the threshold has been met. In this particular case, it's been met, and it's high enough that we feel good about taking that extra step and not knocking on the door and just going in and using force, which tends to say that the Idaho has some good evidence. They have some solid evidence, which will also backs up the stance that Idaho took when we had the Santa Claus district attorney doing the press conference, where they basically came out and said he's the one that did it. It wasn't like we're alleging that he did or we believe that he's the murderer. They're like, he is the murderer. And so, unless they want to be hit with a lawsuit, they should be pretty confident, and they are. Let's see. Let's grab your comments here. There's a lot of chat back and forth. If you don't tag me in the comment, I might miss it right now. Linda Hill says, "Oh my gosh, someone gave me a membership. Thank you, Recovery Addict." It was not me, Linda. It was probably Weather Watch. A few people have been gifting memberships, but Weather Watch has been throwing them out like parade candy. It's been wonderful. The death stare he gave his dad, says CG. It's gave him chills. Sunshine of Sunflowers says, "It's interesting to me if Ann Taylor is from Coeur d'Alene. One of the female victims was from there. Not a conflict of interest? Thoughts?" I don't think so. Just being from the same area, Coeur d'Alene's actually a little bit bigger. So unless they knew each other or had the families are connected or something like that, then you get into the conflict of interest area. But it sounds like it should be fine. Let's see. Eric just sent me a text here. Here's the info on his attorney. Thank you for that, Eric, by the way. Send it to the burner phone. His famous female attorney. This is from the dailymail.com from the UK. Love to get news from the UK. I've spent some time over there. The attorney famously overturned murder conviction after exposing lying Idaho cop. Quadruple killer turns to public defender Ann Taylor, who has already scoured the crime scene. She's on it. Picture-wise, she's blonde in a suit. That's what we see. We've had quite a few of those, and she sounds like she's all business. So this will be fantastic. A very good defense is expected here. What does it mean that he used a knife and not a gun, Molly? This goes into the psychology side of it, which I'm not an expert in. There's a lot of things I'm not an expert in. This is one of those areas. But a knife is a very personal attack. The proximity you have to be to the victim is very close. There's a lot you can look at and read into that way, whereas a firearm allows you to achieve the same effect of unaliving somebody from a distance, where it's almost detached, where there's not a direct connection. But definitely, yes, there's something up here that you wonder about the knife. Kikiti says, "I just got bumped off the channel. My fault. I tried to learn how to spell Coeur d'Alene and I did it the wrong way." You're back. Welcome back, Kikiti. Fugitive recovery agent, love the name, says, "Wasn't his dad in the military? That explains the knife, if that's the case, allegedly." That knife is actually pretty common, fugitive. you can go on Amazon right now and just type in K-bar, K-B-A-R, and you'll see all sorts of knives. eBay's covered with them as well. It's a very distinct style, and they're made by 100 different people. There's probably some official ones that were at one point used in the military. Probably, I'm thinking Vietnam type era. Is that right? They're not. I don't think they're standard issue now. Okay, next question. LC says, recovery addict, I heard they can't afford to be out there for the case. Also, apparently, they've struggled financially. Yes, and now they have to pay for repairs to their doors and windows, which the cops don't reimburse you for. Hopefully, insurance will help them out there. But I feel bad for the family. There may come a time where we get evidence that changes our opinion about their involvement or what they knew. I don't think this is like a laundry case in Florida. I don't think the family was involved in the crime or cover up or anything. I have nothing to believe that right now. They filed for bankruptcy twice. It's sad. This is pretty sad. Sinister Soldier 2. Did I say that right? Or Sinister Soldier 22. Recovery addict. How did his dad get to WSU to pick him up? And he stated on the traffic stop he didn't like flying to the cop. I don't know on that who didn't like flying. I'm not sure if it was his dad or Bryan that said he didn't like flying. If it was Bryan, the dad might have flown out and driven back. This was something that was planned a long time ago. It was basically him coming home for Christmas, is what was happening during the break. Seen his dad in the body cam. I would say that he didn't know anything. He was for sure caught off guard with his son. Yeah, and we can second guess and say he should have known, but you saw the deflection that came from Bryan in that conversation in the traffic stop with the sheriff, where the deputy's like, "Hey, where are you from?" And he's like, "We're getting Thai food." We're getting Thai food type thing, and he's tries to steer the conversation, and as soon as they're asking that, he's like, "Oh, did you hear about the SWAT team thing that happened back there?" And the officer's like, "Where are you from?"
There's a lawsuit.
Yeah, there's a lawsuit. So his dad might have dealt with this for a long time with his son and just rolled with it and not thought, "Hey, you're deflecting the conversation. I was asking you about what you know about the Moscow thing that happened just a few miles away from you. You happen to have the same car as the victim." Some of us would feel like, we'd draw those conclusions and ask those questions, but he may have been subject to Bryan's deflection as well. Lee here says, if we get another self-representation case, may I please be in charge of flashcards and the mute button instead of the gallery, please? There is another self-representation case we're looking at, Windburn.
Going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We did that yesterday in detail. Windburn has actually been a case that has been going on since 2017. That's bizarre. The judge he tried to represent himself, and the judge revoked his right to represent himself. He's had a mistrial, so it's being tried again. It's been a lot of fun. We'll be following that one here. Let's see. Bella says, "Thanks again, Wombat. Again, I'm injured watching Recovery Addict. Just had shoulder surgery when DB was on. I hope you get feeling better here, Bella. That's got to recover and get your arm back to full use." Courtney says, Recovery Addict, you can bet that his dad will be called as a witness. I wonder which side will call him. That will definitely be interesting. Yeah. I think it will be prosecution. It will look really bad for him, but I think he's going to be truthful. I think he's just an honest, down-to-earth guy. He's, life's been hard. They're a family. They try to stick together, but they're working with the system. Watch your replay on Oculus was pretty cool. Let's see, was that Stephen Lee? I missed that. Where did that chat go? It's way up here. Okay, I'm falling way behind, and I apologize. We're gonna go faster. Will you invent the first crime detector? That would be some good money if I did that. Have you ever seen a 9-bagger be used in a bust? To bust the doors down, warrant or holdout situation? Not sure about the 9-bagger. Are you talking about a battering ram? Danielle, unfortunately, we know that some of the victims had defensive wounds, which means that they were fighting back. So it definitely, it's not instant, but it also probably was not very pretty. Don Michelle says, recovery addict, first timer here, and I truly appreciate your coverage. Well done, sir. Thank you, Don. Thanks for being here. It's a fun little group we have here. I hope you feel at home, and feel free to come back anytime. Rick Springfield says, what will evidence from the Elantra, if any, be in the affidavit? Probably not, Rick, because the Elantra was not in custody until after he was arrested. So if they got anything from the Elantra, it would mean they would had to have done it with a warrant and retrieved that without his knowledge before it had left Washington, which I don't think they did, because they were still, why wouldn't they arrest him at that point if they were, had enough information for a warrant for his car? Why would they not stop him right then? But I think we'll see evidence from the Elantra for sure, as far as testing, analysis. They're going to do some chemical analysis, some ultraviolet lights, everything to try to look for signs of blood. Watching live stream says, this is my second day with you all. Looks like you all have a lot of great info here and fun. Looking forward to spending time with you. Thank you, live streams. Appreciate you joining yesterday, and I appreciate the content and questions and insight you bring. Recovery addict, you might be welcome to come with your equipment to metal detect. Beach warning for us to keep the shores on Fort Myers Beach. I'd love to metal detect in Florida. Okay. And Andre Toma says, who pays for the damage on the house when the windows and doors are broken by the police? Sadly, the homeowner or insurance, if the insurance will cover it. The police do not have responsibility to fix that. They can knock the door off the hinges, and when they leave, they say sorry, and that's it. And the courts have ruled that the police are not responsible to repair that. It's just a fact of how things happen. It's easy to get audio bites of Raymond Burr to use his voice on here. It's a famous lawyer's voice. I might have to look at Raymond, see if he's got some good sound bites we can use. DMB says, we need an OODA loop soundbite command. That OODA loop was from a previous case, the Aaron Dean case that we followed together. OODA loop was used about 100 times. An OODA loop is a processing circle that your mind goes through as you analyze and make decisions and take action. Do you feel this was his first human kill? Chris, this is a question we're all asking ourselves, because it seems impossible to get to the idea that this person, who allegedly had never done anything before, had no criminal record that we know of aside from not wearing his seatbelt once, suddenly went to be a mass murderer overnight. And not just a mass murder, but like a very violent personal knife attack mass murder. That's a big jump. That's jumping right in the deep end. We know that he had studied this a lot, and he had probably thought about this a lot, and probably done a lot of planning. But that still is a weird jump logically to say he went from being a straight A student or whatever he was to mass murderer. That's a huge shift. So yeah, it's easy for me to say I would not be surprised if there was another, but at the same time, I have not seen any evidence that links him to any other crime. And so I don't have anything to believe that there was another. Let's see. Ann Kirk says, try tagging. What do you have, Ann? Let me see if I can scroll up and see what you said. I do apologize if I missed the comments, and I'm way far behind. So if you ask again, let's see. Just in 8 family members killed in Utah. Is this like a breaking case? What is this accident or the crime scene? What? I'll follow chat here because you guys probably have the information quicker than I can Google that. Okay. All right. Next question from Irene says, I love Penn Police saying we won't be releasing travel details due to security concerns, and Recovery Addict saying, here's his altitude. Yeah, there were a couple people. We got on early in the morning knowing, we looked on flight radar before they took off and said, look, this is what we have. This is the information that's out there. And a couple of you just went to work. I don't know if it was one of our addicts that found it, but a couple channels were doing the same thing, and they were able to locate it as soon as the flight took off out of Scranton, and saying, hey, this might be it. And then as soon as he landed in Illinois, and they had a little bathroom break where he was ushered off the plane, TMZ got the photos up. If you look at Law and Crime's Twitter, basically, when that plane landed, they were sending out tweets to people saying, anyone on this airline who had just landed at that same airport, if you can please take some pictures, please let us know. Everyone was asking for that. And yeah, they tried to keep it secret, but that did not work. He had a welcoming party when he landed. So yeah, those are my thoughts on his first time mark. Let's see if I think it just jumped on me again. I'm so far behind on chat. I apologize. I call that type of knife a Rambo knife. Totally showing my age. Tish, I'm with you there. Kelly says first time here and love it so far. Thank you, Kelly. It's wonderful that you have you here. He lawyered up immediately in Pennsylvania and Idaho. I don't think he'll say a word to or represent himself. Thoughts? Elsie, I think you're right. I think he's smart enough. He's been around. He's studied crime enough that he knows the smart thing to do is not talk. But we do know in Pennsylvania he didn't lawyer up quite as fast. He talked to the police for 5 to 15 minutes. He agreed to talk to him, which sounds like he waived his Miranda rights. But as soon as they asked a question about Idaho, he lawyered up. So we probably won't have any really juicy details from that interrogation, which was relatively short. Lindsay says, 1.4K in chat. Holy cow, Mrs. R.A. should make cinnamon rolls to celebrate. Yeah, cinnamon rolls for everybody, right? We should do that. Good to have you guys here. If you guys have questions, please throw them in chat. Tag me like Lindsay did here in her comment, and I'll try to answer them, or we'll get a question answered from someone here in chat if we have that information. A 9-bagger is a single flash grenade, but it goes off 9 separate times, so it's like 9 flash grenades. Oh my! Their ears are probably still ringing if they use that. I have done some. I've done some work with in the police academy and done some training with SWAT teams and doing entries. Fired the grenade launchers with the rubber bullets and all that. And those flashbangs out in the open, they're loud. I mean, so like imagine if you were like at a protest and a police threw a flash grenade. That is loud. It'll make your ears ring. It can stun your senses even just out in the open. But in a closed room, in a home, in an environment where the sound is reflected and enclosed and just bounce back towards you, it can really, really disorient you. So if they used a 9-banger, that's almost cruel and unusual punishment inside a house. With so many in chat, not sure you'll see this, but Bryan Enton just tweeted he is waiting in line at the court. But ABC said KB would not be appearing. Not sure what's going on. Okay, so he might appear from the basement because the court's right above the jail. It's a small town. He might appear from the basement on video, but he will have to be arraigned at some point. Maybe Weather Watch should be the voice. We could use his voice for some of the chat commands. Bite Me says, Recovery Addict, good morning. It's a beautiful day in Hammond, Louisiana. Good morning, Bite Me. Good to have you here in chat. Ember, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. How did the roommates not see the blood? Or were the victim's bedroom doors locked? Ember, what the police have told us, which they can't really give us any more information with the gag order, but what we know is that one of the roommates, when they woke up, one of the 2 surviving roommates woke up and tried to rouse one of the roommates who was deceased. It's believed that they were probably face down on the bed and possibly that blood was not visible because of how the body was positioned or where the blood had pooled, things like that. There may have been blankets over them. You can envision a scenario where you could be deceased from a knife wound but still not be apparently dead from a knife wound. That's what they had. So they called 911 saying they're non-responsive. They won't wake up. We know there were other people that showed up at the house, other college students at the time that arrived before the police did. When the police did arrive to check this non-responsive person, they checked the whole house and said, hey, there's more. So I don't know if the roommates just didn't really associate closely with some of the other roommates. There's just no reason to bother them. They thought, they always sleep in, something like that. But the 2 that were alive, we believe, locked their doors at night, and that might have been the saving factor for them. Great question, though. Kimberly Arnold says, it is to my understanding that knife killings are personal in most cases. It could also be the perp's mind that it's a sub as the private area will get satisfaction. Yeah, it does have that personal aspect to it. It's hard to, we have seen knife killings that are not personal, that are random, but generally they are very random. But this the way it was done in a house type thing, it seems quite personal. All I do is YouTube about this case, says Tom Anderson. You and me both, Tom. Welcome, by the way. Next question from Sharon McDonald. Has anyone heard 8 family members have been found shot wounds in their Utah home? Sharon, let's get some details on that as we're waiting for Idaho to come on board. This might be the next case we have to follow. I'm wondering, 8 family members, I'm wondering if this was like a domestic issue that went really south. Judgmental says, hi, Recovery Addict, new here. Could one of the reasons law enforcement stopped the car is so they could have visual proof to a link with BK and the Elantra so he could not deny owning it in court? I think there are enough records as far as ownership that was easy to prove. But what we're hearing is the FBI possibly may have wanted some video proof or video of him in the car and just see how he looked at that time. We know that they weren't ready to arrest him yet. It was 4 days after he arrived in PA that they finally made the arrest. So they were still investigating, looking for something, wanted some confirmation. They might have seen something in that video from Indiana that said, yep, that's the evidence we need. We've looked at his hands in that video, the still shots. We think there might be a couple areas of interest as far as a possible injury. That might be what they were looking for to move forward. Let's see. Chris says, thank you for answering my question. First time here. Thanks you, Chris, for being here. Wonderful. I apologize. I know a lot of you are asking questions that I'm skipping. I'm trying to go to the ones who have flagged me in the chat. You don't have to be a paying member to do that. Unfortunately, you do have to be a subscriber. That helps keep the trolls out and the ones that just spam in chat. We'll probably get some of those eventually because that usually happens on big court cases. But Bella says, recovery act warning to beachgoers to wear shoes because of metal, etc. in the sand after a hurricane. Yes. There is also gold coins in the sand after a hurricane. You know that? I found one gold coin, but it was not in the sand. Usually find gold rings on the beach. And cell phones. Lots of cell phones. Just a public information notice. Don't carry your cell phone into the water. I'm sure you want that great selfie, but you end up dropping it, and then I find it with my metal detector, and it's ruined. Sent the Utah article to the burner. Thank you, Golden Mom, for the tip on that. Let me check the burner phone and see that. Okay, here it is, ABC News. Get this update. So, family of 8, including 5 children, found dead in Utah home with gunshot wounds. The police found them doing a welfare check. This was on Wednesday. This was yesterday in Enoch, Utah. Enoch's, I believe, southern central Utah, if I remember correctly. No suspects are at large, but there's no threat to the public, which means it might be a domestic, which is really sad. Children and everything. Iron County, yeah, they're unaware of a motive, but let's see. We'll have to wait for more information. Like if they find the murder weapon, and somebody who's obviously used it on themselves, that sort of spells it out, barring a setup. But thanks for that update, Golden Mom. Jessica Yang says, recovery act, what time will Idaho happen? Also, first time here, new fan gained. Thank you, Jessica. Thanks for being here. We don't have an exact time. We've got a couple people watching the dockets, which his name has not appeared on. And they're also watching the YouTube feeds from courtroom. And I will say those YouTube feeds, if you dig, you can find, like many of the addicts who have tipped me off here on the burner phone, you can find that YouTube information online. But I ask if you do, please do not share it in chat. The reason being, if trolls get a hold of that, they can really wreak havoc in the court system and end up closing things down. Like we saw in the Adventures with Purpose case, where a lot of people were connected. There was a mistake made, and some audio was played that shouldn't have been, and next thing you know, the judge shuts everything. So we don't want that to happen. We will bring you everything as soon as it happens here. So far, there's no video feed offered from anywhere. Melissa J says, will they eventually reveal all the wounds for each victim? If this goes to trial, yes, in great detail, in very graphic detail. And if so, when will that come out? Probably not till trial. That may be the first time when the actual evidence, the injury, the autopsy testimony is presented. That's the first time we'll hear that. With that gag order, will prevent anything from coming out before then. Carol Martin says, recovery addicts, I heard the neighbor or someone said they heard a scream, apparently from one girl who fought back, and that's what made him leave and not kill the other 2. The scream saved them. Possibly. So even though she passed away, she saved 2 people's lives in the process. That'll be interesting. The timeline of how this happens will be interesting, especially if there's evidence of that they can find from video cameras of him leaving the scene. We know there's a lot of video camera footage that's been submitted, and not all of it has been sent to the press. As a matter of fact, every time somebody sends a tip to the police, they're being told right now, don't talk to the press about it. Keep this quiet. Wyatt, I see your comment there. That is really sad with that family of 8 out of Utah. I believe it might have been a murder-suicide situation. Really super sad. Okay, what do you think the other roommates will testify? Yes, I think they'll be called. They might not. They'll be called as potential witnesses, but I'm not sure if they have anything that will be important. Well, yeah, I think they will, because they'll testify about people in the house, about when they got home, normal activities, things like that. They'll bring out all that information. Let's see. Have you seen the text Moscow County had call for the 13th of November? I have not seen that text. Ember, is that your name? I've not seen that text. If you can text it to the burner phone, if you can get a screenshot of that, that would be great. Okay. Corey Brunel says it was confirmed that the FBI had him pulled over to inspect and record his hands and arm. Also, Spotify account follows both Kaylee and Maddie. His Spotify, I was talking about Bryan's Spotify account. So we know there was some sort of connection. We just don't know how close that was. We don't know if it was just one direction, like he had desires to pursue type thing, but it wasn't. Affections were not returned. We don't know how much was there. Outdoors Bryce says, "How do you recovery addict?" Well, you did it right there. You can do either with or without the space, but it will work. If you've got a question, do it just like that, and I'll try to read that for you, Bryce. The real question here, recovery addict, is what is your favorite Thai food place? I have had Thai food a few times, and every time I've had it, it's been delicious, but I have no idea what it was I ate. I tend to lean more Chinese. I like Chinese food a lot, even authentic Chinese, as well as I'm a sucker for Panda Express. The honey walnut shrimp that gets me every time. I heard he studied under the expert of BTK. Yes, there was a professor who wrote a book about BTK that he was studying under. That's the connection there. 1,500 people in chat. Holy cow. Welcome to the big show. Pickles, not politics. Yes, that's our slogan here. We try not to have politics here because politics, it's just the least effective place to have a conversation about politics is a chat on YouTube. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have those discussions. They are important, and I have strong opinions as well. But we try to keep them out of chat just because it doesn't seem to be effective here. Let's talk about it in person. Let's talk about it with our friends and maybe some other forums. But in chat, it's just not very effective. Will they eventually reveal all the wounds of the victim? Yes. Melissa, that's... phone's going nuts here. Let's see. Zoom meeting has not started yet. This is Amber. She's watching closely. She's keeping an eye on the docs as well. Okay. So yeah, that's going to happen when during the trial, probably during the autopsy testimony. Do you know what time court is? What we know is there are a couple dockets that are on the schedule. Judge has 3 cases this afternoon starting at 1:30. This is according to Amber Vixen in chat. Thank you so much, by the way. And Judge Marshall, who's the other judge who most likely is handling this case, has 15 ranging from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Idaho time. So we've got a while before she begins, but on that docket, we have not been able to see Bryan's name. They might just slide it in at the beginning because the docket was probably planned quite a while in advance, and these arraignments happen very quickly. They don't take much time at all, and they might just do it at the beginning during like the business section before they go about the business of the day, so to speak. Or maybe if they have a break during the day, they'll do it then. So we're not sure. Will they eventually reveal all the wounds? Yes. Okay, we got that. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate you re-asking the question. Sometimes I do miss it, and that's if I do miss it, do ask again. Wife had recently filed for divorce in the case out of Utah. That is sad. That might be the motive. Got that. Okay. Outdoors Bryce, here's your question. When will we actually get information on the evidence we have on the suspect? Lawsuit. Since there's a gag order, will public dockets be private? Outdoors Bryce, let me tell you. Let me put something in chat for you because if you want to search this yourself, there's some ways that you might be able to follow up on this. The link I'm going to put in chat right now is for the iCourts webpage. I just put that in chat right now. If you click that link, it goes to the Idaho iCourts page. Every trial court in Idaho use this system to track the progress of the court. If you pull up that system and then do a search, record search, and then you put in Latah County and record search, I think there's a couple steps you have to get to. You'll get to a search window where you have a bar. You want to type in Kohberger, Kohberger, comma, space Bryan, and Bryan spelled Bryan. And then pass the I'm not a robot check, and you'll search, and it will pull up every record that they have in the system on Bryan Kohberger. And last time I checked, there was only one, and that was that he had a seatbelt violation in the county there, and also that he failed to appear regarding that, but it seems to be taken care of. There was a $50 fee paid or something, or $10 fee. It was not much, but that's resolved. But that's the only record they have. Once this arraignment happens, once that's finished, once he's formally read the charges before a magistrate, we believe that case number is going to appear on that records program, and we will then have access to the probable cause affidavit. That will be available as a document there, and that's what we're waiting for. So we hope that will happen here this morning. Chris says, silly question, what type of addicts is this? True crime? Weirdly, I've never had an interest in true crime, but this case hit my heart hard. Chris, yes, I started this channel as a addiction to metal detecting. I'm addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I love that, and that's where I got the name from. I've been addicted to playing video games in the past, but that's my experience with addiction so far. But I love the name. It sort of stuck. They're the people who are true recovery addicts or addicts in recovery are amazing individuals. I've met so many of them that they're some friends, and I'm so proud of the progress they're making in their lives. So I'm not trying to take anything away from them as a group. I hope they adopt me, and that my behavior was always worthy of their name. But that's what we are. We are addicts to true crime as well. Let's see. Tons of chat. I'm sorry. There's chat's going so fast. We've got 1,700 people here. Idaho police are live on CNN. The police are not allowed to give any information out regarding this case because of the gag order. So what you're going to get there is basically we can't talk. Have they determined that he was a stalker? The dad that was changes locks over. Okay, let me ask again. I think spell check might have garbled your message here, JK. Have they determined that he was the stalker? The dad was changed locks over. We don't know that yet. I don't know that, I should say. I'm not sure. According to TMZ, in 2011, BK's sister starred in a movie about students being stabbed. Huh. That's an interesting coincidence. Parabolic Party Bus, love the name, says, recovery addict, it's important that he has a competent defense team for the integrity of the case. Also, death penalty encourages plea deals. Yes. He doesn't know yet. We believe he doesn't know the full scope of what they have on him. And he might not know until he meets with his attorney, which might not have happened yet, or he gets read these charges and hears the affidavit. The father told police traffic stop that he fears flying. Is that true? He flew from PA. When I watched that, I couldn't tell if it was the father that said he feared flying or if it was Bryan. If it was Bryan, it's sort of like poetic justice that they put him on a little tiny plane and flew him all the way across the country. But we know there were some bumpy rides. We were following the altitude, and there were times he was going up and down a little bit. So if that was him, he must not have enjoyed that ride much. Amber says, what about the gag order in place? The gag order only affects the people involved in the case, as far as the judge, any of the court personnel, as far as clerks and people that on that level, the prosecution, the attorney, the district attorney, this assistant district attorneys, everyone who works in their office, the defense, and basically they're gagged. They can't talk to the media about it. They can't release documents. They can't leak anything that way. But it does not gag the court from filing the records. And under Idaho law, those records become public as soon as he's charged. So unless the judge comes in at the last minute and articulates in writing, as required in Idaho law, that there's XYZ reason to seal this case, to seal these documents, once that happens, those records should become public immediately. And that's what we're waiting for. So I think, yes, we'll have a gag order, which will prevent us from hearing from, like the police press conferences, which also sort of hampers the police from asking the public for more tips because they can't talk about anything. But we'll see an end to those press conferences, but they'll continue filing documents as the case progresses. Sent the image. Thank you. Let me check the burner phone here. Ember. It's the King Road. Time reported. Complaint of unconscious person. Officers and EMS responded. Coroner and detectives notified. Report taken. Okay, so that's the homicide report as far as the Moscow Police Department went. Thank you for that. Okay. Weather Watch, welcome. We have Weather Watch on. We had him on the other day in the morning. He does weather as well as we've had a couple of situations where true crime crossed paths directly with weather. We had a case where the tornado warning affected the courthouse for the court we were watching. So bringing him on and updating us on that was phenomenal. It was great. Good to have you here. Okay. Let's see. Laura says, Recovery Addict, I was watching yesterday's show as I was on the I-70 West and the reception sucked. Sorry. We were headed to Spokane on 15, praying for a good signal so I can watch you. Hopefully it sticks. I know you've got some weather up there. Please drive carefully for sure. Let's see. Dane Watson, what are the chances other people are implicated in the crime, seeing as the police seem confident he acted alone? Well, Dane, there's a couple things that make me curious to see if there's somebody else in the crime. First of all, there was an allegation when he was first arrested in PA that he said something to the effect of, am I the only one arrested, or was anyone else arrested? Something like that. Since then, I think his lawyer has said he doesn't recall saying that, and I'm not sure if we've got like a solid source that that's what occurred. So that might be right in the rumor area. But the other thing that makes me wonder if there's somebody else involved, at least on some level, is his fascination in his survey when he was at DeSales University with people who committed crimes, with what they were feeling and thinking, and how he was connecting with them and wanted to follow up and ask more questions. Granted, that was all part of a study, and that might have just been that. But is it possible he sort of made his own little Facebook group of fellow criminals and got some help or some discussion about that? Even if there wasn't any physical assistance at the crime scene, there might be other people involved that might have assisted with planning, or here's my plan, let me bounce it off you type thing, anonymously. Giovanna says, Recovery Addict, saw that one of the surviving roommates heard commotion that night, thought it was Ethan, and told him to be quiet. That could have caused him to rush out. Being seen as plan failed. Yeah, so he might have planned on 6 instead of 4, or he might have planned on 5 instead of 4, but the one person sleeping over was a bonus. Laura says, went through withdrawals yesterday. So happy I'm back. Good to have you here, Laura. Natalie Bell says, talking about the arrest and delivering suspect to Idaho. Yeah, they're just talking about what we watched yesterday. We're not going to get any information about the court from the police now because of the gag order. Let's see. Ernest says, Recovery Addict, I think I'm like family victims. I have one question. Why? That is the hardest question to answer. A lot of times, all the investigation in the world can find out the who, can find out the where, can find out the when, can find out the how. But that last question of why, even if we have a suspect who's still alive, the perpetrator is still there, a lot of times that doesn't get answered, and the family is left never knowing why, and it's heartbreaking for them. But really, what answer would give them that satisfaction they're looking for, that closure? No why justifies what happened, right? There's really no answer that will really fill that hole that they've got now. Crafty Cow says, give Recovery a thumbs up. We need to keep him here. Spread the love. KQD says 1,700 plus, mostly lurking. That's all right. We're all waiting for this case to drop some documents. Let's try something. Everybody say hi. No. That may crash Ari's channel. Don't say hi at the same time. I have to scroll through that. Dobermom says, Recovered. His mother also wrote to the Tribune regarding Ted Bundy. So maybe the whole family just had an interest in crime. Is that what we're seeing? We're getting that picture painted out. Play some music and take a break. We've got a long way to go. No, we're good. I can do 8-9 hours today without a problem. For those that have just joined, I'm trying to answer every question you have, but it's easiest if you tag me in chat. So if you do what Last Poet did here, and as you're writing out your question at the beginning.
I don't consent to that name.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. We're going to call you that anyway.
Are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Nope, we did that yesterday. Sorry. Go ahead and I just put the @ symbol and Recovery Addict on it. It shows up in big orange letters on my screen, and that makes it just a little bit easier for me to see. Why is that not working? There we go. I'll give you a change of view here. See the behind the scenes as we're working on this. Let's see. So we got Last Poet. We've got a long way to go. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. Tammy Burge says, Recovery Addict, they the guy that killed my grandparents, oh, I'm sorry, got 150 years for double murder. He's been in prison a long time, good behavior. Henry Burge murder, 1963. He'll get out in 2023. Tammy, first of all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to your family. You had to deal with that. But at the same time, what is that like as a family member, a victim? You are a victim, even though you're a surviving victim, but you're a victim. What is it like to be facing that, knowing that he got sentenced to 150 years, but he's going to be out this year? Man, that's tough. I feel like we need to buy Recovery Addict lunch because it was here all day yesterday and probably all day here today. I'm good. I've got lunch in the other room. Mrs. R.A. might even make me a sandwich if I ask her nicely. Ashley Kern says, anew here, is it possible that they put off BK's arraignment until tomorrow? Yes, but generally they want to take care of that as soon as possible. If you look, for example, in Knoxville, Tennessee, you're probably going to be arraigned within 24 hours of being arrested. And they don't. Knoxville is busy, right? They have a lot of arrests. It's like a Grand Central Station as far as those doors. There are always people in and out of the jail. Not so much so up there in Idaho, in that part of the world. It's a lot quieter, so they can handle that a lot quicker. They don't have to do as much scheduling to get somebody processed. TMB says, Recovery Addict has the bladder of an elephant. He takes like one potty break a day. Thanks. A little too much information, I think. But hey, I have certain gifts. The running joke is that the show is sponsored by Depends, which it is not, by the way, just for the record. It is not. Judge Mental says, now BK has been arrested. I guess there's no benefit of releasing the 911 call until trial, even if the gag order is lifted. Yeah, we're not going to see anything unless it's in that probable cause affidavit. The first thing we're going to see, I guess if this moves on to trial, which I think it will, because he said he wants to be exonerated. He's happy, can't wait for his day to prove his side. And he doesn't need to prove his innocence, by the way. He's innocent until proven guilty.
There's a lawsuit.
There will be a lawsuit. But the information we're going to see probably will start leaking out through the court process during the pretrial. Because a lot of the information and the sort of like the rules of court, as far as what the judge is going to allow in, what witnesses, what experts, and everything, that's going to be addressed in sort of these pretrial hearings as they come up, and we'll get sort of a clearer and clearer picture as we go along. Let's see. I don't know about the Reddit account that I was just texted about. I'm not familiar with that. Okay. Let's see. I got your message, Coffee Mom. I just scanned it really quickly. I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can here. Laura says, I wonder if the suspect talked to his dad about the crime. I'm like 100% sure, as a dad myself, that if I was in his dad's situation, I would have at least asked my son about it. About, hey, what have you heard about this? You check this out, type thing. And I would probably say, hey, isn't it interesting that they're looking for a car just like yours? I would be on edge. I'd be like, really, son? Are you sure you're not involved in any way? Hey, here we go. Kathy's saying, we will see all of the hearing. We just won't get it in real time as live broadcast isn't allowed. So it's been published on YouTube. We will have it here on YouTube as well. All the court feeds apparently are going to be delayed.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Nope. That guy says, you're late. No, he's late. It's all right. You're here. Almost at 5K, insane seeing you grow so fast. Hey, it's awesome. We've got a good community out here. I love the people that are joining are respectful. We're having some great conversation, and as long as we can do that, I'm fine with growing. SM Saloom says, father was not, or SMS alum, I might have pronounced that wrong. Father was likely not fearful of flying. He flew to Idaho to bring Kohberger back. BK apparently didn't want to fly because he would have left fingerprints in places at the airport. Has anyone else heard the reports that BK may have worn gloves in the store type thing since the event, so he wasn't leaving fingerprints anywhere? Is that in the rumor side of the information, or has that been verified by anyone? Let's see, anybody else who's tagged me in chat, I'll answer the questions if I can here, and there's a lot, sorry. Okay, Charlie Peterson said, this is the single best, largest, most beautiful crowd to ever watch a YouTube stream, ever in history, in person or online, and that's in Trump's voice, apparently. Okay, that's all the politics for today. Thanks, Charlie. Love to have you here. Sometimes Charlie and I get into it a little bit. He often has an opinion that's different than mine, and I'm so grateful that he's here to represent that. Love to have you here, Charlie. DMB says, usually one of the recovery addicts, mini-me's, shows up with food with him at some point. They do. They're running back and forth in the hallway right now, if you probably hear them. We do homeschool, so they're home. Dog Mom says, recovery addict, who is responsible for student loans and his debt if found guilty? Great question. I don't think they just go away, but they might never get paid. I don't know. We'll have to find an expert who could tell us about that. I'm not sure about that at all. Lindy H says, recovery addicts, 2:30 a.m. in Sydney. Hello from the other side of the world. Should I stay awake or go to sleep? When is court starting, please? Lindy, I wish I had a better answer for you. I wish I could tell you that we knew the exact time. We don't yet. I'm just checking feeds right now.
Sarah Boone Letter Fond. Congrats.
Thank you so much, TW. Let me see if I can put that up on screen. We do have a request in to get a letter that Sarah Boone wrote to the governor. It's a Freedom of Information Act request, a public records request out of Florida with Governor DeSantis. She said she wrote to him, and we've asked for a copy, and legally we should be able to get it. Edwin says, I love your background. Thank you very much, Edwin. Appreciate you being here. Everlasting Wishes and Company says, Recovery Addict just subscribed. Thank you, Everlasting Wishes. Good to have you here. This is a great group. I hope you get to join often. Rose says the police pullovers were from one state and from one county, right? So maybe 2 pullovers due to miscommunication between police agencies. I saw that discussion, and you got to look at it. If you were that second, look at that. We might have some news here. Just one second. Hearing time for Bryan Kohberger has just been changed to 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Pacific. That's our time. So if you're in Australia and want to know, 9:30 a.m. Hang on, I'm gonna talk to my computer. So everyone, hold your phones away from the speakers here. Hey Siri, what time is it in Moscow, Idaho? I didn't want to do the math. 3 hours is too hard to do.
In Moscow, Idaho, it's 7:45 a.m.
Okay, so 7:45, which means we've got an hour and 45 minutes before the trial or the hearing. So that's the latest. The previous notice contained the wrong time. So that's what we're waiting for. We'll be live until that happens and afterwards. Okay, more questions. The 12 p.m. was wrong, Danielle. That time was wrong. They just updated that. What kind of information will we see on the affidavit? Great question, Bryce. The affidavit is going to have enough information to basically say that this is the evidence we have to basically have this reasonable suspicion that Bryan Kohberger is the murderer or should be arrested in this with these charges. So we're going to have information. What we anticipate is there will be a couple things. We think there will be DNA evidence. We've heard that from CNN, that DNA was used to identify him. We've heard that he had a DNA test as part of a job application for a security type job, and that may have been his downfall. That might have pinpointed him because that put him in the system. So they found a match from the crime scene. So we anticipate that will be there. To some degree, they probably won't tell us whether it's blood, whether it was under fingernails of a victim that was fighting back. I don't know. To that extent, we probably won't get that information. But we'll also I'm expecting to see information about cell phone tower pings because there's a good chance he had his phone with him. And that we know from the FBI that they're able to go back in time and to serve a search warrant and see where people were at different times. That information is collected. Thank you, Patriot Act. Like it or love it or hate it, it's collected. And so everywhere your phone has pinged a cell tower, they can go back in time and see if you were there. This is useful to see who was at the scene or who was nearby when something happened. We think that happened as well, so I think we'll have that. There may also be other evidence that we don't know about as far as from the public standpoint, but may have been turned in as a tip to the police, whether this was neighbors' video camera footage, whether it was witnesses who saw him or believe they saw him at the scene. All of this can be included in this affidavit. What we do know, and we know this from Pennsylvania, is that whatever evidence is in that affidavit, it was enough that it met Pennsylvania's higher standard that they are required to meet of probable cause in order to do a no-knock warrant, which they did. So there should be a lot of good, solid evidence there. Susan Blankenship, thank you so much for becoming a member. Love your support of the channel. Thank you for being here. Wonderful to have you. I think you'll find a lot of friends here. Great question, Bryce, by the way. Rose says the pullovers were from one state. Oh, we talked to this one. They were just from Indiana. It could have been that basically a message went out, like a bolo, be on the lookout type thing, and there may have not been communication between the two, between the sheriff and the state police, that they had actually done the stop. But the second police officer, he completely butchered the job. Okay? If your job is to get video of the suspect in his hands, he walks over. We get less than a second as he's leaning over, and then we see nothing but car door the whole time. But at least we got the first video. Jake says, Recovery Addict, why would someone with such intimate knowledge of criminality commit a crime that's so inherently sloppy with a high risk of being caught? Jake, it's a possibility that he thinks he wasn't sloppy. Usually we're not as smart as we think we are. There's usually a smarter person in the room. I'm not sure if he knew that at the time. If he actually did this, not sure. In Idaho law, it's 24 hours. They have to have an arraignment, so this will happen. We know it's scheduled for 9:30, so we've got basically a little over an hour and a half until the arraignment. Anthony says, Recovery Addict.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
No, we did that yesterday, Mr. Brooks. Anthony says, as interested as Kohberger was in true crime, it seems like he made a lot of stupid mistakes. You know, if this might have been different. He might have planned, if he did this is all allegedly at this point, he might have planned one thing and it turned into something else. And as the plan deviated from what was set, he could have made more mistakes. Okay, I'm looking. Amber's sending me some stuff. Amber's got some amazing information this morning, by the way. You've got the 9:30 a.m. It is with Marshall, Judge Marshall. So let's keep an eye on that, Amber. It's initial appearance, felony, magistrate court. Let me put this up on. I'm going to send it to my laptop real quick, and we'll pull it up on the screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Load it in a media player. A lot of technology here makes this possible. But here we go. Let's put this up on screen right here. Okay, so it's a little hard to see. Let me see if I can read this for you as we scroll through. It's small print, but it says at the top, it says the District Court of Idaho, the Second Judicial Court of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah. The State of Idaho is the plaintiff, and Bryan C. Kohberger is the defendant. We've got a case number. You might want to write this down because any searches you're doing for documents, this case number will be important. It's CR-22-2805. This is a notice of hearing document that's been filed. The hearing type is initial appearance, felony in a magistrate court. It is scheduled for today at 9:30 a.m. with Judge Megan Marshall. She is the one that issued the gag order. Okay, the judge issued the media guidelines report like 2 days ago, but Megan Marshall issued the gag order. It's going to be held at the Latah County Courthouse in Adams, Moscow. That's just upstairs from the jail. And it's signed by the Tanya Dodge, who's the clerk of the court. She's also under a gag order, so she won't be telling us anything that's not in document form like this. And it looks like it's been served by email to the county jail, so they're notified. They can bring him upstairs. It's also been served to William Wolford Thompson, Jr., who is the PA service, and PD Fax, Ann Taylor. So it's gone to his lawyer as well. So the three people, the public... Let's see, is it William Wolford? Is he going to be prosecuting this? Is that who it is? I'm not sure about that one. No, you guys might know better than me on that. We'll hold off on that. Anyway, so that's what we're waiting for. That was the document. That's not the affidavit. The affidavit will have more information when it's released. But let's see. Bailey Vex says, "Hi, new subscriber. Welcome. Good to have you here, Bailey. Thank you so much." Let's see, Cake or Death. Cake or Death, love that name. Recovery Act says, Gacy asked cops if they got the other guy when he was arrested. You're talking about Bryan asked the cops if they got the other guy when he was arrested, and the BTK killed a family of 4 his first time. This guy is imitating his heroes. That's a possibility. We don't know yet. I think those details will come out, though, at one point. Tape delay is better than zip. It is. We'll see if every channel interprets it the same way the Law and Crime does. That'll be interesting to see because there's a lot of media there, and this somebody might break the rules. I hope they don't, because the judge clamps down when that happens. Tammy Burge says, Recovery Addict, we were told not to mention it. There was a magazine story. It was 10 years old. Lots of the missing grandparents. You can Google the story. And the story was 1962 when it happened. Tammy, yeah, I'm sorry you went through that. That's really rough. And the fact that he's getting out when he had a 150-year sentence, that's hard. Rachel says, are you crossing over to any streams when it starts? Hello from Australia. We're going to try. We've got people watching for us right now for those streams. They're not up yet. But when they happen, or if you see one, shoot a message to the burner phone. You can just put !burner in chat, and that number will pop up. I'm monitoring that right now. We've got a couple people who are on top of it as far as the Zoom meetings out of the courthouse as well. That might be our best bet to get this video today. But we'll check it out. Anytime feed goes live, he tries to bring them to us. Yes, if you can see straight ahead of me, I've got 7 different feeds other than my own camera, or I guess 6 because I've got 2 of my own cameras that I can monitor and watch and see what's happening. So sometimes we have all of those going with different sources, and as they come in, we bring them in and we'll share them with you live. His students say he wore gloves in class after the killings. That's where the information came from, Wyatt. Thank you for that clarification. He was, I think,
on consent today, man.
I think he knew he would be looked at. I hadn't heard about wearing the gloves. I think that's what we heard. It may still be rumor. It wasn't confirmed by the police, so it's still sort of rumor, but it's sort of like a solid type rumor. There's a lawsuit for sure. There are a lot of people here today. Welcome everyone new. We're glad to have you. By the way, once you come, you can never leave. This is like Hotel California. So thank you for being here. We're having a good time. Let's see. We're answering questions now. If you can just put my name in the question, I'll try to get it. LC is appearing at 9 a.m. 9:30 is what I saw. Saw the glove thing on Fox News clips last night, but don't think it's confirmed. Right. We're waiting for like a solid confirmation on that. Everlasting Wishes says, Recovery Addict, could it be possible that he didn't do it but be the mastermind behind it and have had others help him? Yes, it's possible. But it also, we're almost deviated into the TikToker accusation type area. It's where it's not very likely at all. I would say that no, it probably didn't happen another way. It is weird to think about, though. Okay, Montessori Mindset says, any guesses what might be the probable cause in the document? That's my guess, really, is that we might have some... Mrs. R.A. just showed a package just arrived that I was expecting, which is exciting. Yay, but it's not a true crime package, unfortunately. My guess is we're going to have cell phone ping data, we're going to have DNA data, and possibly another piece of evidence that hasn't been released yet. I think we'll have something new out of that. Bryan Inton posted on Twitter that he's in line to get into the hearing. I hope he makes it in. Bryan's been phenomenal at sharing information on Twitter. He obviously won't be able to live tweet from the courtroom. They're allowed to have their cell phones with them, but they can't live tweet. Okay, where are we at? I got lost completely.
Thanks for all you do. We're so lucky to have such a kind, safe place to come every day to meet and interact with such lovely people. Thank you, RA, for making this all possible. Purple Heart Frog Face Scales.
Okay, thank you so much, Roxanne. You're amazing. You've been here pretty much since the get-go. One of the original OGs of the channel. It's weird to think that it was only about 2.5 months ago that we started. It has grown fast, but it's awesome to have you here. And thanks for your support. I love that. It would not be the same without you, Roxanne. Know that. Working and lurking, Recovery Addict. Thank you for hosting such a wonderful stream. Thanks for all your hard work. You're welcome. You were working hard. I've seen the texts from you on the burner phone. Thanks for those tips. Okay. It's Marissa says, any predictions on when trial would begin with this case? In my opinion, it may be a long while. It all depends on whether or not he invokes his, or waives his right to a speedy trial. If he waives his right, we're looking at years. I mean, I'd safely say you've got 2 years before we'll see anything happen if he waives his right. If there are like competency type hearings or evaluations that need to take place, those can take a long time, as we saw with the Lori Daybell type situation. So that could extend things a little bit. But if he says, I want a speedy trial, I'm not going to waive that right, we're looking 3 months to 6 months tops, depending on what needs to happen. And this will be, a jury butts in seats ready to go. check burner for vehicle docs. Thank you, Vixen. Looking at that now. Okay. Let's see. We've got the VIN. We've got a lot of documents here. The model year, the make. It was interesting that it was a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and the police had information saying we're looking for a 2011 through 2013. So I wonder what made them narrow it down to that time period, or maybe if they did that intentionally to say that he's not, to make him think that he wasn't, in the target group. Curious on that one. Laura says, just found your channel. Great work. Hey, Laurel, thank you for being here. Appreciate you finding the channel. If you got any questions, put them in chat. Use Recovery Addict with an @ symbol before it in your message, and it will sort of flag me on the screen. There's a lot of messages right now, so I'm trying to read all of them. If you have a question and I have missed it, ask it again. Vermillionaire says, what kind of camera is your front one? Good question. This is a Sony A6600. Which is it's sort of the top of the line on the A model cameras. It's just below a full frame, so it's a 3/4 frame camera, and the lens is really the hard worker there. That's a Sigma 16mm f1.4 lens, which just does an amazing job for this type of work at close range. So it's right arm's length away from me. Highly recommend that camera, but if you want a camera like this and you don't need the optical stabilization that it can do, you can go with like a Model 6200 and save a lot of money. It does this. It has the same sensor, same lenses, fittings, and everything. Laura says, Recovery Addict, so nice to interact with this wonderful community. My husband Lou is a fan now, but he's driving and can't say hi. Well, Lou, hello and welcome. Good to have Laura and you here with us. Disfavored says, I'm sure you've been asked, but I'm late to the party. Will this be televised? Yes and no, Disfavored. We're hearing that the actual hearing, they're allowing cameras, pool cameras, video cameras in the courtroom, but they're told also at the same time that they can't live stream. Law and Crime has taken that to say we can't live stream the pool camera feed, but it seems weird to have a pool camera feed that's then shared and not be live streamed. So I think it might be sort of like a typo, an overlap in the court's records. I hope it gets clarified, because the document that Judge, that's actually his name, that Judge signed and put out as far as the media guidelines on how it would work, clearly it leans towards we're allowing cameras in the courtroom. There's going to be one still camera. There will be 2 video cameras. There'll be pool feeds provided, shared with all the media sources. That tends to say that we are going to have video. And so I don't know how that's going to go down. There may be some channels out there that take that as, yes, we can broadcast it and do. If the judge meant that we shouldn't, that could be bad, because he might lock down the access a little tighter. But if he allowed it all along, then it probably won't be a big issue. Either way, we're going to see the video right after it happens. And this is going to be a quick hearing. This is a couple minutes in and out. We might have him, arrive in court just a couple minutes before his actual hearing. But if it's more than 10 minutes, I'll be surprised. I'd be really surprised. Aaron Rogers says, Recovery Addict, if the FBI wanted BK pulled over for a video of his hands, wouldn't the second cop have done a better job to ensure his camera is actually on BK? You would think, Aaron. And maybe he just didn't realize. Maybe he didn't realize he did have trouble with the noise of the audio because of the traffic from the cars going by. And so he had to lean over to hear it. And he just didn't realize that his camera was looking at the door. Most police officers they're not constantly aware of what their camera is filming. It's just a piece of equipment they get used to putting on. They hit the button, they follow the protocol, and it captures what it captures, type thing. And it doesn't really come up unless there's an incident where it has to be reviewed. So it's not like they're, like maybe I or you trying to get that video. We'd be like, okay, let's frame this right. We want to make sure we get the right lighting. Is the audio good, type thing. That's not what the officer was doing. He just did a traffic stop. We also don't know what information he had. We don't know if he even knew it was from the FBI. They might have kept it very close to the belt as far as their cards go, and just not shared that. My Soul's Captain says, good morning, RA and addicts. Did you get enough rest, Recovery Addict? Define enough. Is 5 hours good? Because I got 5 hours. Lady Rider says, no question, just saying, if this job doesn't work out for you, which that won't happen, you'd make a wonderful teacher. I'm learning so much. Lady Rider, thank you. I actually used to teach summer science classes in my front yard to kids. I felt bad because kids that were in school, with the way that the education system is going, they were losing a lot of the hands-on opportunities in science. And so Mrs. R.A. and I got together. We made this curriculum, like a 6 or 7 week course where we would do hands-on science, and we did crazy stuff. We had burning lasers. We created hydrogen and made explosives with permission from the police department. We had to call them, but we'd make hydrogen and oxygen and separate it and then recombine it in a big bang. Just did fun things with gravity and magnets and underwater and just fun things. And it was fun. So I do like teaching, but I give my hats off to actual teachers who do this day in and day out, who have just the knowledge base and the patience to sit down with kids and really help them learn and understand. My wife does that. She does homeschool for our kids, and she is phenomenal. But I'm nowhere near that caliber. If you're interested in homeschool, though, I will say my wife has her own channel. She is Homeschool Ground Zero on YouTube, and she has some great stuff. Old dude, thank you for the case number. That is correct. That's the case number out of Idaho. All right, what pinpointer do you currently use? You're talking about metal detecting pinpointers. I have 3. I have the Technetics, I have the MindLab, and I have the XP pinpointers, all 3 of them. Technetics is the most sensitive, but the MindLab is the best one. And a pinpointer is a metal detector that's used once you dig a hole in the ground and you find a target. That's to actually find where the target is in the dirt. That's what it is. Says Bill, can evidence be continued to gathered after trial begins? Yes, Bill. It's you see all the time where in court they'll say, hey, we just had new evidence, and the attorney's like, I just heard about this yesterday, type thing, and they're like, we just found out about it yesterday. It can happen. When they do have new evidence, they'll present it, they'll share it with the other side. They have to do discovery, so the other side has a chance to look at it and question it. But if something does come up, it's not ideal to have it that way. You want all your cards in order and your ducks in a row before you go to court. But it's possible something could come up as trials in progress, and it has many times. Let's see. For example, on that, Bill, going back to Darrell Brooks, look at the incident with Reddit, okay, that happened mid-court. Okay, it turned out to be a nothing burger, but that could have been something. That something happens during the trial that suddenly becomes pertinent to the trial. You're here. Carl says here in the defense is asking to have the probable cause affidavit sealed also. Do you have a source on that one, Carl? I watch these broadcasts for entertainment. However, I think it's a positive in, and then the chat just cut you off, Jimmy. Not sure what happened there. Thanks for being here. Vixen, where was that? Vixen, I just had you and I clicked and you zipped away. Had an update. Where are we at? Okay. Idaho is a DP state, so it will be interesting to see if the state pursues death penalty. Yes, they only have a handful of people, like 7 people on death row, and I don't think they've executed anyone in quite a while. So a death sentence might actually be a life in prison sentence, depending on how they move forward. Because I think they're sort of at a standstill because I believe they were lethal injection as their method, and that sort of has hit a roadblock procedurally because of availability of materials. Jennifer Cardillo says, is it normal to obtain a public defender without having residency in the state you're being charged in yet? It surprised me that she took action so quickly, but it's normal to get a public defender. He's entitled to a public defender, and as soon as he was charged, I think they started putting that in the works. And it sounds like she's a good one, which will be amazing, especially if this goes to trial. Fox is saying they got his DNA from Ancestry. He must have been trying to find more family. I think he would go with the speedy trial, says Mike. I think he would go with the speedy trial because he wants to be exonerated. The longer it drags on, the more they can get on him. Yes.
5 hours of not enough rest, but we appreciate you. Buy some pickles on me.
Who was that? My Soul's Captain. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. I appreciate that. We'll definitely get some pickles for lunchtime for that. Appreciate your support of the channel. 5 hours is enough for me. I can go all day on 5 hours. J-Kid says, good morning, all. Why do people believe BK was sloppy? When this first happened, people were thinking he left no trace. Now he's sloppy. Well, he's sloppy now because he got caught. Had he got away with it, he would have not been sloppy. I think that's the standard we're holding him to. we don't know how sloppy he was. It may be this probable cause affidavit. If all the evidence we have is not related to the crime scene, if it's just other evidence that links him to it, that would indicate that he wasn't sloppy at all, that it's a very clean crime scene as far as that goes. So this probable cause affidavit will be very telling. Judge. Yes, that's his name, but he's not going to be the one that handles this. Let's see. Let me make sure.
There's a lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit. There'll always be a lawsuit. If you guys don't recognize that soundbite, it's from a case that we followed. It's actually a police chase out of California the other day that had this amazing soundbite. This is from the reporter up in the helicopter watching the things unfold as the police chase ends.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
Yeah, they sent the dog on the wrong guy, and it just went to town on his elbow, and just I bit him pretty good. But it was the wrong guy. It was not the guy that was in the car. It was just a guy that had just left the liquor store and was like walking home with a tall boy, and suddenly he was a chew toy.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Not today. We did that yesterday in detail. Please give JB a shout out. JB is one of our fans of the show. He found us basically day one. He's up in Canada. Doesn't have the ability to chat, but he does call the burner phone and he leaves messages, and he's an amazing guy. He's an older gentleman, just discovering the internet right now, and he's doing that through our program, and it's just fun to talk to him. He's a fan. So JB, hope you're having a great day up there. Please stay warm. I know it's cold where you are. Lots of snow. Would a 10-second delay be considered not live streamed? No, I think KQD. I think anytime that the feed is ingested and then sent out for a broadcast, it would be considered live streamed. I think I have about 6 to 8 seconds of delay on my feed here today. Well, we're going to keep calling you that, Mr. Brooks, because that's your name. We have a little bit of a delay here, but that just helps so there's no buffering, because buffering is bad. I've learned that. Local shopkeeper, love the name, says, when this first came to the news, I was convinced it was 2 people. I still find it hard to wrap my head around him being able to overpower 4 people fighting for their lives all on his own. Yeah, it's bizarre. Courtney says, I thought Idaho courts don't allow insanity pleas. They don't. It's not a defense, but they will basically they'll make him fit to stand trial, like they did with Lori. They still could do an exam, but he's not going to get out. They'll just medicate him and then say now he's ready. Do you think BK may ask for a plea deal to take DP off the table? It depends entirely on what evidence they have on him, and he's going to talk with his lawyers to discuss that. I didn't understand the straitjacket for Suicide Watch. He seems arrogant, and I don't see that even crossing his mind. Chris, we don't have any evidence that he was a concern that way as far as behavior or anything he had said. All we know that it is standard protocol in Pennsylvania and probably also in Idaho to, as a precautionary measure, use those restraints for him. See, another story, another Scott story. We have story time occasionally. I do that. We've got an hour and 15 minutes before the hearing. Is that right? Mike says maybe the cop needed audio of his voice for that possible call that was made to T-Rev. T-Rev, the podcast. That was it. That was an interesting call. So they have that if it was him that called. Mike's talking about a call that was made to a podcast that they believe, or the podcast owner believes, was possibly Bryan. And it's a guy that basically says, hey, I've had these fraternity guys, these Sigma Chi guys, they always come up to me and ask, how would you get away with a perfect murder type thing? If I killed someone, how would I get away with it? This weird question. And the podcast host is like, seriously, who asks that question? Nobody, right? So first, his alarm bells go off immediately. Like, dude, you're a little bit weird, because nobody does that. But he was basically the gist of the conversation from the caller's point was maybe this whole murder thing was one of those Sigma Chi guys just doing their fraternity thing. Lady Writer says that is amazing. I've long since forgotten what you're talking about, but I agree, it's amazing. You and your wife are so kind, recovery addict. I've appreciated you since the Brooks trial, and I'm happy it sounds like you're here to stay. I'm here, Sosi. I'm here, and thank you for being here as well. It would not be the same without you. Thank you so much for your support. DMB says, when you taught, did you do a calorie meter? No, I didn't. Probably can't type the whole word without it being flagged. Nope. did not do that. You're going to try to get me in trouble, DMB, right? You frequently do that. Maybe the police pullovers were to confirm his identity with his driver's license, not for video gathering. Could be, but I think the video, I think they definitely, they definitely wanted that body camera footage. The FBI is going to definitely want that. So Irene says you have a real talent. Not just anyone can keep a live stream interesting for the hours you do. Hey, it's you guys that ask the great questions that make that possible. This harks back to Peter Jennings and the hours when he was live post 9/11. That, man, talk about a rough time. But can you imagine being in his shoes with the news breaking and basically how we all were? Just our jaws were on the floor. We're just devastated and crushed and astounded all at the same time. And the camera's on, the light comes on, and it's like, and you start talking. That's a lot of pressure. But yeah, he did a phenomenal job during that. The sister started a slasher movie called 2 Days Back. Is it available on Amazon? Should we do like a watch party? No, that's probably not. We won't do that. Samantha says, Charlie Peterson, I'll continue to welcome people in and show them to their seats. Thank you, Samantha Terry. I appreciate that. Members of the channel do have the perk. It's one of the few perks they get, but they have the perk of, in addition to being able to use some custom emojis, to be able to type !seat in the channel, and they get ushered from the back row where most of the viewers watch here on this live stream all the way up to the front, and the view is phenomenal at the front. And depending on which membership you have different seating, whether you're in the gallery, in the jury, or an attorney. But it's just a little fun thing we do. It doesn't really mean anything. Molly Rowley says, have you ever found anything of value? Talking about metal detecting? Yes, my best find was a $5 gold coin from 1942. It had been lost for 75 years, and I was able to find it and return it to the person who lost it as a kid. Great story. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to go back there, but not true crime related at all. Let's see. Vixen just sent me her Twitter profile. I'm going to follow you, Vixen. Give me a minute. We'll get that. Let's see. More questions. Any questions? Crafty Cow says, how can I find out about the court case that's going on real soon in Mississippi? Crafty Cow, the states are different. So what you need to do is first look at you sort of have to do some Google homework where you're going to search Mississippi and courtrooms. You want to look in the county that's in and just look for docket information. You want to look for records, public records, which sometimes are kept online, and just start asking some questions. And once you find that court case number, that's that important case number, save that. And then when you do a query, use that case number to search, and you'll find that there are usually a lot of information available online, whether it's happened in the past or it's scheduled to happen soon, that will address that. Okay, a massive just update of text here. I'm still far behind. I'm scanning for questions. Your thoughts on Star Magazine printing magazine about arrest 2 days before arrest and also stating he didn't act alone on the cover?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Nope, not today. We did that yesterday. IIS J-Rock. I think that's sort of like in the tabloid area. It was probably a lucky guess. They may have had a lead from somebody saying it was going to happen, but I don't know. We have heard rumors that there was a sheath found, the knife sheath found at the scene. Mrs. R.A. says, "Hey, I need to run through the room. Hang on one second. Let me go live on full screen. There you go. You can run through the backdrop as you please." Okay,
There's a lawsuit.
Vermillionaire, thanks about camera. What metal detector do you use? I have Equinox 800, Fisher F75, and I use F-Pulse pinpointer. I have the 800 as well. I love the 800. I also have an XP-ORX, a Technetics Patriot, Simplex, and as well as one that a company sent me for an Amazon review, and it's a paperweight, so I won't even mention that one. But awesome. We'll have to talk sometime when we're not talking true crime about fines, metal detecting fines. Peyton Gwynn says, Judge was my judge, and he's friends with my ex's parents. I wish he was handling this because he's a really good judge. So Peyton, he's the one that issued the order on the media access, and it seems to be fairly friendly. It's not very restrictive as far as media requirements go. Sorry, the burner phone is going crazy. Let's see Hearing the defense is asking. We're hearing a couple people saying the defense is asking for the PCA to be sealed. I'm not seeing that yet. And I don't know what the reason is. So the judge won't seal it just because they asked. He has to weigh the balance, and knowing that there's a huge public interest is one of the things he has to weigh. So we'll see what happens here. A local shopkeeper says, why do you think so many of these types of crimes are serial killings happens in America? Here in England, we had the Yorkshire Ripper, but not many more since then. Well, U.S. has countless. Great question. First of all, I know that the two countries are not the same as far as several things go, and the ownership of firearms is obviously going to factor in there at some point. But the UK has more knife attacks per capita, I think, than the U.S. does. It's since they've banned firearms. I was over there when firearms were banned, by the way, so I got to sort of experience that firsthand. Judgmental says, recover that. I'm guessing due to the notoriety of the case, BK Defense will ask a case to be trialed in a different state. So it's change of venue is what you're saying. Would it have to be a state that has the death penalty case? They're not going to move to a different state, Judgmental. I'm talking about subject matter jurisdiction. He's being charged with breaking Idaho laws, and he will be tried in Idaho. He may move to a different county. They might move to a different county for two reasons. To find a jury that has not been tainted. I mean, you look at this, the whole area has been swarmed with media since this happened. Okay, everybody knows about it. Anytime you go into town in Moscow, nope, we're not going to do that. Anytime you go into town in Moscow, you're going to see news trucks. You're going to see, crews that are there. There are reporters. People have been digging, knocking on doors, saying, "What do you know? Do you have any information? Did you get any camera footage?" All these people know about this. So, are they able to find a impartial jury, a jury that can put aside anything they've heard before and fairly try this case in Latah County? I don't know. If they can't, they might say, hey, we might have to take this to Boise. We might have to take this to Coeur d'Alene. We might have to move this somewhere else. If they do, what happens is the judge and all the attorneys move with it. And they get like a new courtroom, but they just borrow the courtroom and bring the whole case there. And then the jury is picked from that location. So that may happen because of the notoriety. Debbie says, Recovered Act, I'm sure it's something good, but what does OG mean? OG means like official gangster type thing. It means you're original gangster. It means you were first, like you were here before it was cool type thing. Ashley says, did you clip We Have Our Ways from the other day? I have not clipped that, Ashley. I was so busy. I missed that. I'm sorry. I need to get that going. I've got a whole thing. Text me. If you haven't already, text me something on the burner phone, especially if you have a link to that.
Interested in a little bit about your background. You obviously know what you're talking about. Just interested in your resume. Thanks for sharing your expertise.
All right, let me answer that question. Let's see who it was first. I've got to scroll down because there's so many comments. There we go. Alpaca Renee, thank you very much for the question and for the super chat. Your support of the channel is appreciated. You don't have to pay me to ask me a question. Let me make that clear. But it is very much appreciated. I have been interested in law since I was a kid. And I've been interested in the law enforcement side for a long time. I've done filming for the police. I've gone through Citizens Police Academy. I've worked in the news and worked very closely with public information officers. I've been connected that way. Been a regular in courts and in hearings and things like that. So I've always had this interest. I study the law as far as the laws on the books, the proposed laws and the changes and what that means for people. So my background is just that I love it. And when someone thinks they want to settle down and read a good book at night, I'm reading law. I'm reading case histories. I'm reading transcripts from court. That's what I do. I'm not an attorney. I'm not trying to play one here. I'm just a law lover, a true crime addict that has some experience and a little bit of equipment. And really what this channel is all about is as you guys that are absolutely amazing, that have done amazing homework, that have connections, that have experience. We have lawyers that come on the channel, like Matthew down in Texas, that comes on and can give us legal analysis when we need that. And he's great that way. We have some other lawyers, some paralegals in chat that can give us some feedback and connections and information and clarification. So we have all that. We bring that together on the live stream. I'm a tech guy, as you can see. I like this type of gear. I went to school for communications, electronic media. And that's what I got my degree in. And so over the years, I've acquired all the information that lets me put this together and have like a fast moving, very responsive show. And so that's what it's about. Does that answer your question, Alpaca? And thank you very much once again for your support. Let's see. Anthony says, do you have a favorite true crime show like Unsolved Mysteries or Cold Case Files? I'll send you on a podcast one. Oh man, why does the name escape me right when I try to say it? There was a cold case with Sarah Powell out of Utah. Josh Powell, her husband, was accused, of murdering her. She went missing and never turned up. They never found the body. He went out camping in the desert and came back, and we assumed that she ended up in one of the old mine shafts somewhere. The Heavy D, with his YouTube channel, the Diesel Brothers, they've participated in that case, trying to do some searches and stuff. But there's a reporter or a radio personality from KSL that did a podcast on this, and just did a phenomenal job. And that is the one I'm trying to name. You guys can probably name it. Somebody in chat's probably already put it in chat. But that podcast that handled the Sarah Powell, Josh Powell case was probably my favorite. And it was phenomenal. It just the details he went to, the access they got, it was impressive on every front, and it was handled so well. Will he put a plea in at this hearing? I don't know if it's this hearing that he'll do a plea, or if there will be another one. I don't think he pleads at his arraignment. He could though. Just depends how Idaho handles it. Anna Marie says, is there a body cam footage of the first time BK and his dad were pulled over? There is. I don't have it loaded on my machine. I only have the second one loaded right now. Let me just show you what we've got here for the second one. I've got it on a dial so I can watch it. I can fast forward it and rewind it in slow motion. One of the perks of having some awesome gear. But this is the second one where we sort of saw the mark on his wrist and on his hand. The first one was a little bit better. I should have had it loaded up here, and I apologize. I cleared it off to make room for something else. It takes about 20 to 40 gigabytes of space just for that body camera footage on this machine, so that I'm able to go frame by frame easily like that. So it's a little bit of a chore to get it loaded up, but it is available. You can get it on YouTube. It's out there. It's a vertical picture, so it's like a narrow version. I'm not sure why they filmed in portrait mode for that, but they did. Barry Beard says, has anyone ever told you sound like Dan the Man Levitan from Good Morning Vietnam? Good Morning Vietnam! No, sorry, I just blew your ears out, huh? I haven't watched that show. That's the only soundbite I know of it. But thank you. I guess that's a compliment. I'm listening to you and watching you on my phone, but on my computer, I'm watching this guy dig up all kinds of gold, biggest nugget of gold found in the mountain. What country is it? Probably Australia. Australia's really good about having large gold nuggets found all the time. California.
Crafty Cow just sent a super sticker with 8.99.
Crafty Cow, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you for your support. Let's see. The super sticker doesn't show up on the screen. I can see it in front of me, but thank you. You're the sort of person that makes this an amazing chat and a place people want to come back and visit and have fun and communicate with. All right, where are we at? I'm falling behind on the questions, and I do want to answer all of them if you've got them. Let's see. Parabolic Party Bus says, I'm thinking the PCA will be bare bones. We'll need discovery for all the details, in my opinion. That's sad news, because that means we won't hear any of the details until the lawyers at a hearing will be arguing in front of the judge because of the gag order. I don't think it's entirely bare bones, because whatever they had in there was enough evidence that that PA says that rises to the level that allows us to do a no-knock warrant. So I think that's pretty good there. That guy says, just in time I've been in chat, you have grown almost 100 people outstanding. Keep subbing. Hey, thank you. If you do like this, I do appreciate the sub, and come back and have some talks. Let's see.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
So I might have, I might be completely wrong on that, DMB. I might not know what you're talking about. I slept through science class. I will tell you, although I taught science, I just about failed it when I was in school. I hated it. It was all out of the book. We didn't do any labs. And that's one of the things I hated and what I wanted to change about it. So I'm probably missing key information that should be present in my high school and junior high science education because of that. But I was in kindergarten when 9/11 happened. You're a youngin', Anthony. I remember driving to work. I remember that day quite vividly. It's Marissa says, is DNA evidence enough to find BK guilty if that is all they have against him? Well, it's Marissa. Here's what happens. Whatever evidence they have, whatever they present, it has to convince a jury that beyond reasonable doubt, he's guilty. So depending on how that evidence is presented and how it's done, does it meet the standard? Does it meet all the elements of the crime? Do they prove everything that's required to be proven under the law to say he's guilty? The jury gets to decide that. So it's saying, is that enough evidence? I would say it would be hard to convict him with only DNA evidence if that's all they had. I think there will be more, but there's a trailer for the movie on YouTube. We might have to look at that. Obviously, I can't share it on the live stream, but. Go back here. New here is if the Elantra had OnStar capability, then can FBI listen in? Yes and no. We've found if you Google around, you can find from other cases that there are ways that phone systems can be accessed and recordings can be made using a phone as a microphone without actually triggering the phone as far as a phone call. It doesn't have to be off the hook, off the receiver, a connection made. There are ways things can be used that way.
Test.
I love the test super chats. Who was that? Bernard G. Thank you so much. If you have a question you'd like me to answer, obviously your super chat has purchased my attention, if nothing else. I'd love to answer that for you. It just came in with the test, but there we go, right there, Bernard. Appreciate the support of the channel. If there's anything I can answer for you, let me know. Let's see. I just found your stream, says Andy Mia. YouTube is weird sometimes. Nice job and nice setup as well. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ann. If there's anything I can do to make this a better stay for you while you're visiting or becoming a permanent resident, let me know. Judgmental. I shouldn't laugh, but this would be the biggest publicity stunt fail of 2022 if BK was trying to promote his sister's movie. Yeah, that would be bad for sure. Let's see. Alpaca, I think this is in the realm of rumor right now. I haven't heard any confirmation about that. Clearly, if somebody's come out, they've probably presented that information to the FBI, and they'll dig that up. Hopefully it's not somebody just trying to get a moment of fame. Disfavored says, do you think they'll find the knife or do you think it's long gone? Here's what I think. I think it's underwater. And if it's underwater, I think we need some magnet fishers to go out and search the area and possibly find it. Now, a knife being heavy and small can be thrown very far. It's harder to throw like a rifle a long way from, so imagine a road going over a bridge. It's harder to throw a rifle from the bridge and have it really go very far. A knife can go a lot further, so it's difficult to search the area that a knife could be thrown to. But I think it's possible that it was disposed of in water somewhere. Unfortunately, there's some very big rivers like the Snake River that maybe that was where he headed to and got rid of it. And maybe if you look at the cell phone data, if they're able to go back and look at his pings where his car was, maybe they might have an idea. They might have an idea where, it's why did he suddenly drive to this bridge and stop and turn around and drive away? Something like that in the pings. Why is everyone waiting on the affidavit? Mauve, because that's going to have some information in it regarding his arrest and why he was arrested. It'll tell us basically what information the Idaho has on him that makes him think that he's guilty. Let's see. KQD says, membership and a 32-inch monitor. That's an unbeatable combination. Love being a hardware junkie. Yep. I love technology. It's like in the, what is it? Oh man. No electronics are tweeting aloud from inside the hearing. Okay. Yeah, I like technology in the show Napoleon Dynamite. I'm like his brother. I love technology.
The podcast you were referencing is called Cold, about Susan Cox Powell's disappearance.
Yes, Allie, thank you so much. I knew somebody had that. if you like
There's
podcasts,
a lawsuit.
if you like podcasts, give this one a listen. It's a long one. It goes over several weeks, but it's produced professionally, and the content they get is amazing. If you followed the case at all, you'll definitely love it. You've probably already listened to it if you follow the case. But that's probably going to be my favorite as far as podcasts, true crime podcasts go.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Let's see. No, we're not addressing subject matter jurisdiction right now, Mr. Brooks. Let's see. Making sure they're not missing questions. Do you think his dad knows more than he's telling us? If I were his dad, I think I would know more. That's all I can say. In his situation, I think I would ask questions. I'd at least be curious. So, yes and no. He seems genuinely not to be hiding anything, saying, "Oh, we're coming from WSU, driving to PA," type thing. He didn't seem to be part of a cover-up. Do you think Bryan will answer the interrogators' questions or will be silent and just let them do all the talking? Julianne, we're not going to have an interrogation of him. He is lawyered up. He started answering questions, probably just like identifying questions, like my name is Bryan, this is how old I am, this is where I live, in PA when he was arrested. And then after about 5 to 15 minutes of that, they started asking questions that approached to more like Idaho crime type thing, and he lawyered up at that point. So we're not going to get an interrogation video that really gives us much information. Good question, though. J-Rock, thank you so much for cleaning up that. Appreciate it. It's also appreciate your time in the stream. Very professional, informative, and respectful. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, J-Rock. Thank you for being here. Is it normal to request a gag order in a case like this? Normal? No, not as normal. But in a high-profile case, not unusual. Allie, thanks for becoming a member of the gallery. Welcome. Hope you take your seat at the front row where we have reserved a place for you. Just type !seat in chat and we'll get ushered up there. Is there a way to let the judge hear our opinions on live streaming, etc.? KQD, in Idaho, as what happened in the Lori Vallow case, the media unites under one attorney and jointly files motions. And so they will do that, especially if there's if they rule against cameras in the courtroom, they'll file a motion and say, we'd like to argue against that. We have an interest in this, and we do. And they'll present that case, and the judge will weigh the options and make a decision then. As it stands right now, we think there's going to be video. We're just not sure. This ruling that came out is sort of contradictory, so we'll see. Isn't violent crime almost even per capita between U.S. and UK? Yes, Charlie, I think you're right, but it's just the method in the UK because they have different criminal tools available. So knives occurrence is much higher than where U.S. has higher with guns. We can take all the weapons out of the world, but we can't take the evil out of people. Correct. Judge Doro sound bites are likely needed. We thought we were going to get Judge Doro tomorrow. Judge Doro was the judge that handled Daryl Brooks' case, and she's amazing. She has a twin sister too. If you're interested, twin sister, single. Last I heard, but Judge Doro had a case that was supposed to start tomorrow with the eye drops murder of somebody who basically poisoned a friend or a roommate or some connection that way using Visine in a drink, but. Some developments happened just recently, and that's not going to move forward on schedule, so it's not going to start tomorrow. Young Thug is live. Yes, he's losing. He's
I don't consent to that now.
Mr. Brooks. That's your name. That's who we know you as. Young Thug is losing all his homies. They're all taking plea deals, and it's funny. Let's see. Ken Whalen says, recovery addict. If Bryan did it, I would guess he was driving back to PA so he could sell it where it would be wouldn't be suspicious. I think it would stand out listing it locally. Yeah, for sale. One white Hyundai Elantra. That would definitely be a Craigslist ad to watch for up in Idaho. Dad might suspect more, but I don't think he knows more. Montessori, I think you're right there. Let's see. Trying to find. Might try to take some feeds here. We'll see what's coming. We've got a little bit of time before something comes up. Going live on here. Let me get my my feeds in order here. Long crime is live.
According to a tweet from Angela Palermo of the Idaho Statesman, the video audio of the hearing will not be live streamed by the courthouse or media.
Okay, and that's what we're seeing, and that relates to one of the directions in the media guide that was signed by Judge Judge was his name. But that same order, like the paragraph above, says there are going to be still cameras and video cameras, and it's a pool feed, and everyone has to, and so I think he messed up somewhere. He has to clarify. Either they're going to be video cameras in the courtroom and they're allowed to live stream it, or they're not going to allow it at all. It seems very bizarre that he would say, check Discord now, please, says Amber. I see you, Amber. Hang on one second. It seems odd that they wouldn't allow live streaming, but then they would allow video cameras there, and 2 of them as well. But thank you, Nana Joe, for the super chat. Nano Joe, sorry. Let's see. Any updates on Doro and the iDrop case? Only that it was pushed back because I believe the defense attorney, who's already argued in pretrial hearings very well, as a matter of fact, I was impressed with the arguments she was making. I believe she filed a motion to withdraw. So there's some sort of conflict. Apparently they can't work together anymore, and that will delay the case. Holy cow. We have an affidavit. Trying to get this from Law and Crime is tweeting out. We have an affidavit. Officer Smith and Sergeant Baker entered the residence on the bottom floor and went up to the second floor just before Xana's room. He saw her body on the floor. She was deceased with wounds which appeared to be caused by an edged weapon. Sergeant Bacon, going back, Sergeant Bacon and I responded to 1112 22 King Road, hereafter King Road residence, to assist with the scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene, was preparing to begin processing the scene. Officer Smith from Moscow Police Department, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered at the bottom floor, walked up to what we read through Xana's let's see. Officer Smith and I walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom of the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's, hereafter Kernoodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to be caused by an edged weapon. Okay, so we're getting some information here. This is what we're waiting for. Let me pull up Discord here. I do apologize. Where are we at, Amber? Amber, can I give you a call? Is that okay? Let me see if I can bring you on. 5 seconds here. Amber's one of our sleuths, and she's been digging this up for us. Connected. Okay, Amber says yes. Give me a second. We'll get you on here in just a minute here, Amber. I've just got to connect the Bluetooth to the phone and get you dialed in, because I want to get your take on this right now. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, was this Amber?
It is.
Amber, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing? You're live right now.
Don't really weird to hear myself on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to mute that.
Yeah, that's all right. Turn it down just a little bit on the YouTube side. Tell me what you've got right here. Law and Crime just tweeted out a snapshot of some of the affidavit. Are you seeing the affidavit out there?
So far, if you check your Discord, I just sent you 3 documents.
Okay.
So I've got the criminal complaint, probable cause order, and the affidavit Exhibit A.
Okay.
Which is the statement of threat that you started to read.
Okay. see the
All
affidavit.
of this has also been uploaded to the Discord as well. So for those of you that want to look at it, it's also in the Discord document file for the case.
Okay, so which one are we supposed to read first? Exhibit A, the statement of Brett Payne.
I would.
Okay, let me bring this up here.
It's quite lengthy.
It's all right. We've been waiting for this. So, this is.
I've been working hard here.
You've been digging up some amazing stuff. Still, if you see anything on the Zoom side, I know you got your finger on the pulse of that as well. Let me know. Okay, right. I've got these documents. We'll go ahead and read these. I'll let you go to work on the other stuff if you want, and we'll bring you back in if something develops. Is that all right?
That's fine with me. It doesn't matter either way.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amber. I'm going to start reading this. You can follow along on the YouTube stream, and very much, 100%. I'm so appreciative for all the work and the help and the tips you're sending us. All right.
Absolutely, glad I can help.
Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Amber goes by Vixen in chat sometimes. She's over there on the Discord page. She sent me some documents. We're going to read those now. I'm going to bring them up on the screen as well. It'll be a little bit hard to see, but if you're on a larger device, you'll be able to follow along here. This is Exhibit A, statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the walls of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. On November 13th, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to King Road to assist with scene security and processing of crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police, the forensic team, was on scene and was preparing to begin to process the scene. This is the part we read, but we're going to go through it one more time. Officer Smith from Moscow Police Department, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down a hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license. Xana's and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's, hereafter Kernoodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, lying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, dated the 15th, December 15th, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kylie Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the names. I apologize. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCoeur. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13th that he and Goncalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan. The bedroom, which was situated in the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Morgan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, U.S. Marine Corps, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. There we've got the DNA connecting him to something connected to the murder weapon. This is amazing. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM, they're not providing those names, were inside the King Road residence at the time the homicides were and were roommates to the victims. So these are the two survivors. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the residence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 2nd, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. on the 13th. BF also estimated that approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Where can you find this, Elsa? You can find this on the Discord page. If you type !Discord in chat, it will have a link to this, and you'll be able to find that. Amber's posted those on that Discord, and you're welcome to join. Going on here, it says he was a guest of Kernodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on the video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at the local food vendor called The Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on a streaming platform, Twitch. So they live streamed on Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Blank, reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard what she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. DM stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, so just northwest, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, a male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Good grief. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews and forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of the suspect a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type sole shoe, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of King Road residence. This is unbelievable. The detail here is bizarre. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from early morning hours of November 13th in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects' vehicles traveling to or leaving from King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have received numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steyer Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained in the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. The sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial three passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video here, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 could be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park and turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a three-point turn and then driving eastbound down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and a review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River, interesting, is at the edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years of the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 through 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is 2011 through 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:45 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on and southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way at approximately 2:53 a.m. A white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which connects the Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way and Grimes Way, Stadium Drive and Wilson Road, and Stadium Way and at Cougar Way. Depictions showing the Moscow and Pullman, so it's got a map of the two cities. Depictions showing the white Elantra's path of travel, not to scale. This is very hard to read here. But it's got marks on here. There are maps showing where the white Elantra was seen leaving the campus, where it was seen returning to campus, the Valley Road, directions of travel. On November 25th, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Honda Elantra in the area. At approximately on November 29th at 12:28 a.m., WSU police officer queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate and gives the plate number. This vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, the last camera location that picked up the Elantra. The same day at 12:58 a.m., Officer Curtis Whiteman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. That address is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. This is happening on November 29th. They're doing this. They knew his name, November 29th. I reviewed, I reviewed Kohberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. This is so much more than I thought we would get. Further investigation, including the review of Latah County Sheriff Deputy CP Corporal Duke's body cam reports, showed that on August 21st, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was a sole occupant, was driving the Hyundai Elantra with the Pennsylvania plate, which was due to expire in November. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number as blank. Hereafter, the 8458 phone. That's important. They've got his phone number, and we're going to hear more about that. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop. Upon the review of that body camera report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant. On November 18th, according to Washington State Licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate number CFB 8708, which is what he had on when he got stopped in Indiana. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through the communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require a front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022, by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado, information provided by a query to a database. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hannock County, Indiana. On December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has a family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through the TLO search and locate tool query database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by open source internet search. We've reviewed that. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. So it did not show up. Based on my training, expertise, and conversation with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going into a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement to a cellular device associated with them. The cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where the crime was committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual will not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records. This is what we were talking about. This is what we wanted them to get. Between November 12th and November 14th for the 8458 phone held by phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On November 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicate that the phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June of 2022. These records also indicated historical cell site location, what they call CSLI, cell site location information, for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with the FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the cellular analysis team, survey team. Members of CAST, that's the survey team, are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that both includes written and practical examinations prior to being certified, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Basically, they know what they're doing. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA, SA was a special agent that I consulted with, has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations of the phone from November 2nd to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the phone was utilizing the cellular resources that provided coverage to 1630 Northwest Valley Road apartment, basically his Pullman address in Washington, hereafter Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the phone leaving the residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network being disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone has been turned off. The phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., in which time it has utilized resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee, between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m. The phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman. At approximately 5:30, the phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The phone movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27. Based on review of the phone's estimated locations and travel, the phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra.
Congrats on 5K subs. The cat found this on his early morning hunt.
Thank you, that guy. Appreciate that. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that are consistent with the phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the phone utilized resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. Basically, you're saying he could have gone back to the scene of the crime with his cell phone on. The phone next used cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off cellular site locations. So we have a map. This map may be important for locations for river sites for dumping a weapon. Investigators found the phone did not connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 4th, but investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that was observed during Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle number 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of the phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at King Road residence. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI, the information, from June 23rd to current. Ooh, that's a huge window. Prospective information, location information, and a pen register trap and trace on 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in the case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims associated before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. They asked for everything. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records from the phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. They got everything. After consulting with CAST SA, the special agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June 22 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the phone show that the phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Yeah, it seems pretty solid, says Bella. One of these occasions, on August 21st, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35, an hour and 1 minute. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Duke, as mentioned above. That's where he got the violation, the seatbelt violation. I think that matches up. The phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho, via U.S. Highway 95. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. So he was at the area of the coffee stand. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef's store, located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1, drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at the time consistent with the cellular data from the phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. Additional analysis of the phone records indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnston, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the phone being the area of the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspect time the homicides occurred. On December 27th, PA agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence in Albertsville, Pennsylvania. Literally, they have like they have agents on a garbage truck grabbing the trash. That evidence was sent to Idaho State Lab for testing. The state lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and a DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of male population would be expected to be excluded. So basically, it's as close to a match as you can possibly get, having from his father. Based on the above information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger for burglary at 1112 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and for 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Zana Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapin. I declare in a penalty of perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Signed by the affiant. Okay, that was document 1 of 3. So give me just a second here. We're going to pull up the next one. Let's see. Is it the same document? I believe it's a double copy. Yep, I think it got posted twice. Looks like the same document. So it might be 2 documents we have here. The criminal complaint is the next one we're going to pull up here. Let me get that full screen. We'll take that. Get a drink, recovery addict. I will do that. Thank you, Abby. Oh, my goodness. This is some good stuff. Just 1 second here. We'll have this on screen for you. Okay. Shrink this one down and take this guy. Okay. This is the criminal complaint we're reading now. I think we saw this before. This is basically court paperwork from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, the District Court of 2nd Judicial District of the state of Idaho and for the county of Latah. Plaintiff is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, the defendant. The undersigned, based on the affidavit of Brett Payne, complains and says that Bryan C. Kohberger in the county of Latah, State of Idaho, on or about November 13th, 2022, did then and there commit crimes against the people of the state of Idaho of burglary, Idaho Code 18-1401, a felony count 1, murder in the first degree, felony count 2, murder in the first degree, felony count 3, murder in the first degree, felony count 4, murder in the first degree, felony count 5, committed as follows. That the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence with the intent to commit the felony of murder. That the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, on or about November 13th in Latah County of state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and with malice, forethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. That the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, sorry, the phone's going nuts here. I'm just going to turn that off. On or about 2022, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and with malice, forethought, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being, by stabbing, from which she died. The same charge also from the same date for Zana Kernoodle, as well as for Ethan Chapin, all of which are, let's see, did kill and murder by stabbing, did kill and murder by stabbing, did kill by stabbing, by stabbing. So all of them have the same allegation. All of which is contrary to the form, force, and effect of the statutes above cited and against the peace and dignity of the people of the state of Idaho, wherein complainant requests a warrant of arrest be issued for the person of Bryan C. Kohberger with the date of birth, redacted Social Security, and that the defendant may be dealt with according to law dated this 29th day of December 2022. That's what we've got. Those are the documents. I'm sorry, I have not been following chat at all, but I read it so you wouldn't have to, and I want to just give a massive shout out to Amber, to Vixen for hunting these down for us. This is everything we wanted and more. I'm going to go back and read this in chat. Carol says, I really appreciate you reading these documents. Hey, that's what I'm here for, Carol. Thank you for being there.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Now we can address it. No, we've got too much to talk about. Oh my goodness. So we had the cell phone pings. We knew we'd have cell phone ping information. We have DNA. I thought it was going to be blood, but no. They said the match was from the sheath, the knife sheath. He left evidence. He left the knife sheath. And so we also have information about where his vehicle went and when he had his phone turned off. And let's see. I'm trying to see. Suspect vehicle 1. Does that mean there's another suspect vehicle, or is that standard label as to 1? It's a standard label, Mustard Cat. They just identify it as that instead of trying to spell out the whole description. Coffee Cake says, Recovery Addict, I have questions. Now is your time for questions. I've skipped them for quite a while. I do appreciate those who have joined and subscribed and sent super chats during the reading there. Thank you so much. Let's answer your questions here now.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Thank you for reading, Scott. Amazing police work. They have done a good job. This is a perfect voice for reading. Thank you. Appreciate that, Tracy Ann. 1,000 thanks to Toxic Orchid for the amazing Discord access. Yes, if you want to see these documents yourself, a quick type Discord in chat. You'll see the link pull up there, and you'll be able to access those yourself. Watching live stream says, Recovery Addict, where are the documents in Discord? I can't find them and not familiar with Discord. Toxic, can you post a link to that really quickly? Congrats on 5K subs. Today has been crazy. Today and yesterday. I appreciate everyone who's come and subbed. I appreciate the vote of confidence in the channel.
Roxanne Anna Janetti just sent a super sticker with 5.
Thank you so much, Roxanne. Appreciate the super sticker. I love your support. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Motive must be him enjoying this as a game for him. What do you guys think of the fact that one of the living survivors in the house saw him, that he walked right by her, that she was frozen, and he walked by and described him? Why didn't the girl go investigate? Coffee Cake, I think it may have been too late at that point.
Test.
But I don't know. I don't know. That's a question. Son's Two Fathers TV says, Test. If you've got a question, go ahead and leave it in chat. Let me see if I can answer for it. Thank you for your support very much. He left his skin cells on the sheath, on the button of the sheath. And we can Google that to get a picture. Basically, we find out that it's got stamps of the Marine Corps. Now, just because it says Marine Corps does not mean it's a Marine Corps knife. A lot of places will make a replica knife and have the same markings as a Marine Corps, but there's a chance that this was an actual Marine Corps knife. So let's do a little bit of digging here on just
Nina
Google
Mick
search.
just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
Nina, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate the super sticker and the thanks. I definitely appreciate it. Okay, I read that so well. Thank you, Divine. Appreciate that. It was very well written. That officer was very eloquent, so it made it very easy to read, other than the suspect vehicle 1 and things like that. How is it the police weren't called till much later as we were told? I wish we knew. I wish we knew, but okay. They found his DNA on the sheath and in the trash. Okay, so Mr. Fart, I appreciate the name. They found his DNA on the sheath. They say the button of the sheath of the knife. So the sheath was not worn on the belt. It was probably carried. Normally the sheath is worn on the belt. It usually has a belt loop that keeps it there. But it looks like in this case he had it in his hand, and he left the sheath behind. But they found his DNA on the button release. So those K-bar knives, let me pull up a picture. Give me just a
D
minute.
just sent a super sticker with 2.
Thank you very much for the super sticker. I very much appreciate your support. Let me see if I can get you up on the Jurda. There you are. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Game over. I love that one. Okay, let's look at this. I'm trying to answer your question about the knife. K-bar knife sheath. Let me see if I can find a picture that really shows what we're looking at here. Okay, bingo, we've got it. Let me take this full screen. It was that easy. Boom. Save image as. Needs to be nope, it can't be that. I need to take a screenshot. It's going to take just a second to get it pulled up. Okay, we're just going to take this full screen right now. Okay, so yeah, hey, we get a deal. We can get a sale. Check out this knife. This has some writing on the blade that we didn't have. Okay, so this part that we're looking at right here, that we zoom in, it doesn't say anything about Vietnam War, but this is a K-bar style knife. This particular one doesn't have the notches on the back. But what we do know is the sheath. This is what I got this one for. You can see the sheath. This is a leather slot. The knife fits in this slot and it slides down in here. The handle attaches right here, and it's got a snap that wraps around the round handle. You can see it says K-bar. It's got the U.S. Marine Corps. So the sheath described is very similar to this one, and that's what they found. They say they found his DNA right here on the button snap, and this is where you'd have to grab to release the knife so you could draw it out of the sheath. So that's what they have here. It's possible that the knife might have had more serrations or something like that on it, either on the front or the back. But I'll see if I can find a better picture of that to share with you here in just a minute. Let's see, K-bar style. Okay, it may not have had the hooks on the back either. Okay, I'm not seeing I'm not finding one that looks like that, but that gives you an idea as far as the sheath goes, what it possibly looked like. Okay, whose question did I miss here? What questions can I answer for you? MB says, Recovery Addict, in my opinion, it's even better that the DNA evidence was on something the killer brought with him. It'd be easy to explain away the college student's DNA in a college student's house. Yeah, and we thought he had submitted his DNA because of his security job, but they're saying the match they found was when the agents surveilling the house in Pennsylvania got DNA by pretending to be garbage man and collecting the garbage. They didn't get his DNA, but they identified a DNA that matched, consistent with being his dad. So he was found through his dad's DNA on the garbage, maybe a paper cup or something, something that was thrown away or touched, or it could have been hair, it could have been a bunch of things, but something was found that linked him that way, and that's the connection between the two. And then they moved forward. I love seeing your setup. Me too. I love this stuff. It's a lot of fun to do this channel. I appreciate you enjoying it. Can you talk about why he might not have killed Dylan and why? That's something we don't know. Unless he comes out and tells us, we don't know. Carol Martin says, what was the kind of DNA match was it? Didn't say specifically. I think we can tell by the 99.9998%. The type of match. So yeah, this was the match. But it says the DNA they had is most likely, almost 100% certain that it's his dad's DNA. The knife was not left behind. Just the sheath was not left behind. They still have not found the knife. And now that we know the suspect's vehicle route, I mean, this might be a time that the internet sleuths actually help out a case. I wonder if there's some rivers that he crossed, that he possibly drove to and disposed of the knife, that murder weapon. He didn't have the sheath anymore to keep it, so it's possible that there was blood in the car. I don't think it was disposed of at the crime scene, because they would have found it by now. I don't know why she waited so long to call 911. She's probably kicking herself now, but she probably had an explanation in her head of why this was normal. It just was, this was sort of a party house. People came and went. I can't imagine being the roommate that came face to face with him. Seriously. New poll, in light of the most recent information, death penalty or life. We're going to wait for the trial for sure, but what do you think about the strength of the evidence against him? Let's see. They kept that girl passing him quiet. We had no clue that was going to be in there. Speculation isn't going to bring them back. It's not her fault. It isn't. And how many times have we done something that we wish we had done differently? And in the moment, we made a decision and we thought it was the right one. And that's what she did. And you can't fault her for that. If you bought it on Amazon, there's going to be a record of that. And that'll be interesting. Also eBay, pretty much anywhere else. He left the sheath so you'd think it was a veteran. I'm not sure if that was purposeful. It might have been a more chaotic scene than he anticipated, and lost the sheath in the process. Lakea says, I still find the evidence is not as slam dunk as I thought. There may be more evidence. This is just the probable cause evidence. All they need to do with this is have enough evidence to say there's a good likelihood that he committed this crime. We got the probable cause level. This isn't the same level of evidence needed to convict him. They'll have to have convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt that it was him, but it's enough to get him arrested. How did one roommate see him and was afraid enough to lock herself in the room but not call police? JK, I don't know. It's astounding that happened. Let's see. It's definitely Bundy meets Gainesville Ripper. Sherry Zebar says, Recovered Act of Interest. The reason why he drove back to PA was that he intended to sell the car in PA. Made no sense before. Yeah, you definitely don't want to sell it in Idaho where the picture's on the news every single day. Ashley, maybe the girl who saw him stayed in her room so long because she didn't know whether he had left. Yeah, maybe she didn't have a phone with her. I mean, there's a couple things there that might play in.
Thank you for reading. Wow, my head is spinning eyes.
I think that's Ash. Ash, not a problem. I'm glad I can read that for you. Magdalena, so Dylan saw the perpetrator and waited almost until noon to call 911. That's what we're hearing. But they were up very late. I mean, she was up till 4 a.m. She may have been sleeping. It's sort of like a Sarah Boone incident. She didn't call till noon, on that, but she was sleeping in. Let's see. Mauve Moon said, I thought this was an open chat, and now bullying is being done so to stop people from giving an opinion. So wrong. No, it should be an open chat. We don't do any attacks here. I'm sorry you feel that way. We're trying to. I know we've got a lot of people that aren't familiar with the channel, and maybe we might have some trolls in here, but everyone just be civil. It's more fun to talk and not fight. It really is. Okay, let's go back. We've got some more questions here. Karen says, I thought there would be more. Doesn't seem like DNA on sheath is much. It's not much, but it's where it counts, because that sheath, it's going to match the knife wounds. Basically, it's a piece of evidence that it's the next best thing to having the murder weapon. Okay, let's see. Eccleburn says, why did the roommate wait so long to call the police? Seeing him, she's traumatized. Yeah, I don't know, and we may never know. I mean, she might talk about it, but she doesn't have to. I mean, she went through a lot already. Tara says, thank you so much. You're welcome, Tara. Glad I could help. If the sheath was on his belt, how would he drop it? I don't think it was on his belt. He must have been carrying the sheath knife. How stupid. Yes, and possibly it was just, to put a sheath on the belt, you have to undo your belt to get it on, to get the belt out of the belt buckles and stuff. I've carried sheath knives like that before. It's something you have to put on beforehand, and maybe he had forgotten to put it on, so he carried it. Couldn't he have stole someone's knife? Could someone have stolen his knife? Yes, definitely. That's maybe one of his defenses he uses. Where does the burglary charge come in? Burglary, Nancy, relates to him entering the residence for the purpose of committing a crime, felony. It was blood on the knife sheath. I don't know. They didn't say. They just said DNA on the button, and there could be skin DNA or DNA left from contact that's not blood related as well. This is giving me OJ PTSD. Saban says, recovery addict, your mod should change the title to Probable Cause Affidavit is in. I'll change that. I can do that. Let's see. Released. Probable Cause Affidavit released. How about that? Thank you for that. If I can spell it right, that would be better, huh? There we go. We changed that. Got that update. Appreciate that, Saban. Let's see. If I was his public defenders right now, I'd be like, I quit. No, I think he's got one that will do a good defense. Ashley says, I think he knew he'd get caught and treated this like a criminal study, except this time he gets to live it. Do you think he planted the clues, like knowing it would happen, just wanted to participate, see it from the inside? Sounds like he went back at 9-ish, maybe to retrieve the sheath. Yes, disfavored. He did return to the scene of the crime, or at least to that area. Aaron says, just found your channel this morning, and I'm so glad I did. You're the first person to be breaking the news that I can't find. I'm glad we could do that, but really, my hat goes off to the girls over at Discord for Vixen, for Lil Miss, for Toxic Orchid. The Discord page has so much information, and that's they sent me a link and had it posted up there before I had even started reading it. The knife might be in any river between Washington State and Pennsylvania. Michelle, I don't think he would have thrown the knife with his dad there. I think he probably got rid of it that night. That's my guess. It is some strong evidence. I'm not sure if it's enough to convict him. There's got to be more, I think. But let's see. Outdoors Bryce says, how are they linking the knife sheath to the suspect? Outdoors Bryce, great question. They say on the knife sheath, that snap that keeps the handle in place so the knife doesn't fall out of the sheath if you were to move, jump around or something. That snap, on that button snap, there was DNA that was Bryan's, the suspect DNA. And they matched that to his dad's DNA. So that's how they put the connection together. But they haven't said if it's blood or skin contact or something else. There's a lot of time that's not in the movement. That's true. We don't know exactly where he went. Kudos to the police up there for keeping so much under wrap. Yeah, seriously. They found blood on the sheath. They tested the trash. They took and got the dad's DNA. They matched the sheath DNA as a father to the suspect. I'm not sure if they said it was blood. I'll have to go back and look. I know they just got DNA from that button. If someone is in your house at 4 a.m., call the police. They just, that's usually good advice, even if it turns out to be nothing. Let's see. Dobermom says, recovery, hiding behind a locked door is the only thing that saved her life. I think responders were there before noon. He walked right by her down the hall. Isn't that what we read? That she stood there trying to see what's going on, and there's this guy all in black walking by her. Fear is powerful. I don't blame her. I don't either. None of us know what she was feeling or going through that at that time. I thought it was so chilling that the roommate heard a voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Yeah. I wonder if she's going to testify to the voice. Ash, I'm not sure if I put your super chat on screen. Thank you so much for that, for your support. I'm glad I could read that for you guys. He must have been covered in blood too, right? There's got to be some blood splatter. There's got to be some clothing somewhere that I'm not sure. That's a lot harder to find. It could be thrown away just about anywhere. The dog was in Kaylee's old room. Let's see. Nope, I'm on live, so don't walk in the background there. Okay. Just got one of my young RAs here in the house, young addicts. Any more questions I can answer? Can you please direct to where to go on Discord? Who's got the Discord? Can we... Let me see if I can pull it up here on screen. I don't want to share information I shouldn't here, so I just want to make sure it's... Let's see. Vixen, if you can put on Discord... Let's see. If you can put on Discord where these are, that would be great. I'm just not finding a link myself, and I'm sort of like, my brain's going so fast, I'm looking at something and not be able to process it. Sosi says, maybe Dylan passed out. How truly traumatizing and shocking it must have felt. Paralyzing, I would think. This affidavit is way more than I would have thought we've got. Yes, for sure. Do you know what type of dog size? I haven't heard what type of dog it was, but the dog may have been used to having people in the home that weren't strangers. There are some dogs that are just friendly, and a burglar might might come in, they'll lick at their hands and be like, "Hey, want to play?" Vibe says, recovery addict, take into account the culture of the house. It's not strange that there was a stranger, which explains why she did not call. Thoughts? I agree. That was probably regular occurrence, a little weird, but regular. And I want to know everything immediately in social media. I'm guilty. The Moscow police did an excellent job. The report was stellar. It was. They wrote it so well. Douglas says the evidence could also point to his sister if she had access to his car. As far as the DNA match, yes, but does she have the bushy eyebrows and the body build? That might be harder to link her to. Maybe it was Dad's knife. Don't know. Did his dad serve? Okay. I wonder if that white car driving by behind the news anchor was him. That'll be interesting. If we can go back and look at that video, the footage where they think they saw the car. If you can match that up now with the information about his cell phone and the places where they saw the camera, if the likelihood increases for that being him in the background. Let's see. There must be blood evidence. It was a very bloody scene. Let's see. Will there be more information released today? That I'm not sure of. It's probably going to be court records once he appears before the judge, which it should be happening any minute now. Let's see. What time is the hearing? Like right now. Would love a recap read. Chris, let me try to do that. There's a lot of information there to sort through. I might have to go through and highlight the pertinent bits here. Golden Doodle, those are nice dogs. Homework, learn how to slow chat for all of us. I'm sorry, Rowdy. I did put slow chat on there, but it's a very short delay. Lee here, they said that they're not going to live stream the actual appearance, but it will be played on YouTube here shortly. So let's see. Let me take a look at a couple different sources. Okay, we've got Law and Crime. I want to see if Court TV has something. Maybe Creme News. If somebody has a link that's working for them, we've got Talking Heads on Law and Crime. I'm not seeing anything coming out from the courtroom right now, but let me know. Amber, thank you so much. Let's see what we've got. Dane Watson says, Recovery Addict, doesn't make sense. The surviving victims that lived on the first floor saw the killer exit the residence, but did not see Ethan on the floor of his doorway. I'm not sure if it's Ethan on the floor or if it was the female on the floor by the doorway in that same room. But I'm on Discord and just found them just before you, and had found them just before you, says Julianne. The links are on the bottom of the page. Okay. Can't the video of the hearing come out after it's done? Yes, it will. We'll be watching for that. We'll be playing that one as soon as that's available. Let's see. Franco says, maybe the girl stayed in her room waiting for him to leave, and she did not have her phone on the room. That's one possibility. Did it say he was wearing a mask? Let me go back and look at the statement here. Take this full screen. We'll pull this back up. This is the statement from Brett Pine. So detailed. So much information here. Get to the mask part. Do a quick search. Let's see, where is mask? There we go. Okay, here we go. So DM stated, let me pull this up right here. First of all, thank you, Divine Timing, for the super chat. Appreciate your support of the channel. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So here's the part we're looking at right here, this paragraph, right about here. It highlights funny, but DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covers the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. So it could have been like a surgical mask type, like the kind that, so many people have been wearing over the last couple of years. So walking towards her, DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, a male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in the room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. So yes, a mask, but it was nose and mouth mask. Great question. Nina says, my dog would have ripped him a new one. Huge guard dog here. Vibe says, Recovery Addict, I believe in Idaho they can have cameras, but not live, so it should come out after. Right, we're watching for that. We're watching for all the different feeds to see where that comes from. We'll bring it up as soon as possible. I'm not seeing it yet. If you guys have a news channel that says they're going to have it soon, send me a quick text message. Let's see. Oh. Just some news out of the Lori Dayball case. We'll get to that later. Here's the direct link to the this is from Amber. Is this the document link? Great work hunting this down, Amber. That was before I saw it anywhere else. Knife could be inside a pipe at an apartment. It could be anywhere. It's very easy to hide a knife. Cases of interest, those are the court records. Okay. There's a gag on the case. I doubt we'll hear much more. We won't hear press conferences, but documents from court proceedings will be filed online. And just like we got these ones, I believe there will be more. We'll hear, if we have cameras in the courtroom, even though the attorneys are gagged, the arguments they make in court, in open court, are open. We can hear those. So if we have cameras there, we'll have all that. And the pretrial hearings, everything that's discussed there, that will have a ton of information as well. You're doing a wonderful job. Hope you have the throat lozenges next to you. I do, Nancy, but I've got my mug as well. We're drinking from the True Crime mug today. Weatherwatch says, let's not forget, we still have to hear about the evidence gathered from his apartment and his parents' house. There could be a lot more to come of that. Yes, because those didn't happen till later, till after he was arrested. So there's more evidence that might be. They might have at this time. They might have the murder weapon. It might be something they found in PA. It might be something they found in the car, but we just don't know yet. So thanks, Weatherwatch, for that. Did they verify his sister lived there? Coffee Cake, are you talking about in the home? I don't know if the sister was at the home. I know that I believe at least one or two sisters were present in the courtroom in PA when he was at his extradition hearing. His mom and dad and at least two sisters were there. It said sisters anyway. Sunshine Sunflower says, I watched a video where one of the students had made a police report about a car being messed with. Curious if one of those 12 surveillance trips he made can be correlated to that. Yeah, we're going to have to match all that details up now that we have the timeline. I sent you a DM on Discord with a link to the Idaho docs. Thank you, Little Miss, for that. You guys are amazing over there on the Discord page. Thank you so much. Lots of questions about why the roommate waited so long, and we might find out, but we don't know what she was thinking. A gag order, lots of info. Thanks for reading it with such elegance. I'd still be on page 1. Yeah, Mac, there's a lot to go through there. This is what I like doing. I tell you, I've read the law. I've read legal stuff since I was a kid. I love reading this type of stuff. So thank you. Anytime I go on TikTok, I'm usually disassociated from life. It could easily be a trauma response and logical reason as to why she didn't do anything. Freeze response. We don't know why they were targeted. That was something that wasn't addressed yet. Trauma response from their roommate, says Vibes. They say they have a footprint, but not yet followed up on. Okay, so Merrick, this question right here, let me show you what we had from the document for the footprint, because they did find one. Print. So there were 2 matches. Here we go. So let's pull this one up right here. So during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print, so a shoe print that was left. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to a pattern of Vans type sole shoe, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the 2nd floor. This is consistent with the DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So we don't have anything yet that says that those were the shoes he was wearing. Let's see. Bradley Cooper says, Recovery Addict, this is going to be bad for the roommates. You can't place blame on someone. People are already doing that. Yeah, seriously, this is... You weren't there. We weren't there. None of us went through what they did. None of us had the information at the time that they did and the way they had received it. We don't know. They could have, there's nothing wrong with being at home, and maybe they partied a little bit the night before. Maybe it was just, they might not have, had all their wits about them, so to speak. And that's all right. It's legal. It's not a problem, but it might have played in. Let's see, to hear Scott read aloud, it's at the 54-minute point. Yeah, if there's something else you want me to read or question about anything I read, let me know. I can go back and do that. Joined the channel this week. Best thing since sliced bread. Love it, says Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate you being here. Will we see the trial televised? We think so, Matt. We think so, but we're waiting for some clarification on one of the rulings that Judge released a couple days ago. He's not the judge over the courtroom, so the courtroom judge, Marshall, will actually decide that. Vivian Lyon says, I feel like I'm with the wizard behind the curtain of the Wizard of Oz. Cool setup, Recovery Addict. Glad I found your channel. Thank you, Vivian. It is fun. I sometimes do this view instead when there's a lot to talk about, just to give you a different look. But behind the scenes, it's fun as well, so you can see what's happening, what I see. Okay, Coffee Cake says I lived in Moscow, Idaho at one time. cell phone pings are going to hold up in court. I focused my studies on ethics in a digital age, and cell phone pings are 100% strong evidence in addition to the DNA. It's science, basically, Vibes. The cell phone ping it has to do with radio signals and how far they can then travel and be detected by, and how the towers are set up. It's scientifically proving a location of something to within a degree of tolerance, But I love the way it's channel set up and shared info. Thank you, Mav. I appreciate that. If anybody has any questions about anything we read, we can go back and look at that. I know we flew through that. There was a ton to process. My mind is still blown by how much they gave us just in that. It sounds like there's so many, they knew so much so soon. I mean, we have to go back and look at the dates and say, back in they knew his name. What was the first time they knew his name? Was that December 29th or November 29th? But they knew. They had the car, they knew him, the WSU officer that was just doing searches, just saying, hey, let's see if I can find something. That information was incredibly useful. We've got the video canvases. There's a lot of video that'll be shown if this goes to trial. Okay. Just screening through this as well. I wish we had a little bit better documents for the maps. I'll show you this map again. This particular map, it's a little hard to read. I mean, I can tell that this is Pullman, Moscow, right here. We've got the airport with this blue icon right where the mouse is. Over here, this is going to be Moscow, Idaho. So Pullman, Moscow Airport. This is Washington State University area. But really, it's hard to tell, much more than that from the map. So I'm hoping there's a better version that might come out that's available. Okay, any other questions here? We might have to take a break here. I know we're waiting for a video to come out from the courtroom. Let's see. I'm not seeing that yet. If anyone sees a feed from the courtroom, please let me know. Let's clear this. If Bryan doesn't talk, the prosecution will only have a theory for murders, but that isn't needed to find him guilty of the murders. Right, we don't. He may never say why. His only defense appears to simply avoid the death penalty. We'll see what his lawyer says. I mean, she's already gone to work at the crime scene saying, hey, you can't clean that scene up. We want to do some tests ourselves. So I wonder how much evidence was actually damaged or moved, cleaned up. The roommate will be dealing with trauma for the rest of their lives. Chad's motion was denied. Yes, that's the Daybell. That was a motion of continuance, right, to delay. So basically, they're going to stay together because he was trying to delay, and Lori wanted to move ahead with a trial, the speedy trial, and they were trying to use that as a reason to separate the two. What the judge says they're coming together. Michelle says, as well as you read that, you probably could get a side gig doing audiobook reading. It'd have to be a good book. Laura says, are they flying the car back to Idaho? Great question, Laura. Definitely not in that little plane because it wouldn't fit. But there's a possibility it could be processed because you've got crime labs all over the place. If they process it back in PA, they'll have to fly the individuals who do the processing and do the analysis out to Idaho for the case. So it's basically weighing, do we try to transfer the car and probably risk anything moving around or shifting or getting changed and transferred? That seems to be a risk for them. So they probably process it in PA, send the items that they collect to a lab, the same lab they would send it to if it was processed in Idaho. And then you just have a different location it was processed at. So as long as they can guarantee that was kept safe and the evidence chain is kept appropriate, I think processing it in PA is not a problem. J-Rock says, it said the footprint outside DM door and also that he walked past her. Is her room on the second floor or on the first floor? Did he enter the home through the front door? We know they believe he left through the sliding door. Let me pull up that part regarding that. Give me just 1 second here. So go to the footprint. Okay, so DM is who we're looking for. Let me look at all the information that we have on DM. Who was let's see, let's go to, she's mentioned 14 times. So we're gonna skip through for you and show you what we have on DM, so maybe we can get an idea of where she was. So the first time she's mentioned, it says that that she was interviewed, and they were inside the residence at the time of the homicides. The next time it says that they did interviews and she was interviewed, and they were inside the residence, so basically repeat. One more time, they both made statements during the interviews that they were home asleep, or at least in their rooms. Okay, so next one, DM says she stated she originally went to her sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. So DM is in the southeast side of the second floor. We might need to pull up the floor map to decipher what this means. She stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. and by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she thought she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could have been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated so she probably had her door open at that point, but then she says she opened her door a second time, so maybe it was closed. She opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." We've got the dog barking. DM said she opened her door a third time. We're down here now. A third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described it as 5'10" or taller, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. So that path of travel is what they're talking about with the footprint. So her second room floor. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe the murder left the scene. Does that help at all? A crime scene recreation would be incredibly useful. Your read needs to be a podcast. Just excellent, Scott. Thank you, Bella. I appreciate that. Live to boot. It was. Jackie Place says, recovered it. Maybe her roommate was the one reported as unconscious on 9/11, on 911. I don't think so. She passed out from stress and trauma, and the other roommate found her because they reported her as non-responsive, and when they showed up, the police found her as dead. Thank you, Recovery Addict. Thank you, Sunshine Sunflowers. Appreciate you. Eric's reading the affidavit now. DM said he walked past her, but that doesn't mean she was visible. It says she opened the door a third time and saw him walk past. He probably didn't see her. That's chilling. Vibes, if you need a quick break, I can call in and reread the document to people, so not just joining and asking. Thanks, Vibes. I think we're good. Does everyone want it reread? I'm not even sure. Is anyone still here? I don't know. Yeah, there's a few of you out here, about 1,100, 1,200 people here. Do we need to read parts of this? Where can I find it to read it? Debsy, it's on the Discord page. If you type !Discord in chat, that will link you over to the Discord that's run by Lil Miss and Toxic Orchid, and Amber is one of their amazing sleuths that actually traced that down for us. She's the one that sent it to me and said, I just messaged you these documents, and it was like the first person to find them. She was right there. Air Force USA says, I just woke up after staying up very late last night from all the flight info. Is this the sealed charging document? Thanks, buddy. Yes, pretty much. This is the statement from the police officer who it's the probable cause affidavit, basically. It is really good. And it has so much more information than we expected. Yes, reread, please. Okay, let's do this. We're going to reread this. And I'll skip some of the words that are very repetitive. I'll try to speed it up just a little bit. Megan, new subscriber, thank you very much. It makes sense now, says J-Rock. Yes, for the reread. Okay, we'll do that. You guys ask and ye shall receive. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to use a little bit more water. I think this show should be sponsored by Deer Park bottled water. That's what I'm drinking right now. Okay, so we are going, and thanks once again to the people over on Discord channel. Hit Discord and connect. You can see that in chat right here. Everything true crime related. This Discord page is called As the Gavel Falls. As the Gavel Falls. And Vixen also goes by Amber over there. Dug up this information. She's been texting me late into the night last night, and had just had some solid information as well this morning. But we're going to go ahead and pull this up. Let me do this here. I'll take it full screen. I realize it's a little bit small. I'm going to try to make that a little bit better. Let me take a different camera just so I can get this perfectly full screen. We're going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can read. That way, if I make a mistake, you guys can catch me on it as well, which I've been known to do. And there we go. Okay, so here we have, this is, there's no heading on this other than Exhibit A. But at the very bottom, it's signed basically as saying this is the reason why we're getting we're swearing out a warrant for his arrest. Nicola, hello from Ireland. We have a few friends from Ireland in the chat. Love you guys. Thanks for being here. We're going to go ahead and reread this statement. It's a little bit long. I'm going to try to speed it up, and I'll sort of condense some of the things so I'm not saying suspect vehicle 1 over and over. But a little addict brought me a throat lozenge for sure. I'll have that later. We might need that tonight. Okay, so here we have the statement of Brett Pine. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a appointed qualified acting peace officer within Latah County, Idaho. Brett is employed by Moscow Police Department, and he's a corporal there, and he's been trained and qualified. So he's an experienced law officer, and he was being assisted by Idaho State Police and the FBI. On November 13th at 4 p.m., the Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to the King Road address. We're going to use that every time the victim's address, to assist with the scene security and processing the crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and preparing to begin processing the scene. Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Let's see. I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Zaina's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Zaina Canoodle's, hereafter Canoodle Room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Canoodle laying on the floor. Canoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to be caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, big scroll down, by the medical examiner to be caused by sharp force injuries, basically stabbing. I followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCour on November 13th that he and Goncalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had KBAR USMC, or U.S. Marine Corps, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. These are the two that survived in the home, that were home there. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of King Road's residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I've learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, Chapin and Knuddle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at approximately 9 p.m. On November 12th at 1:45 a.m. on November 13th, BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Knuddle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live at the King Road residence, but was a guest of Knuddle. Watch Discord. They're just used. It'll pop up in chat. There's a link you can click on in chat if you need to get there. It just showed up right now. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. They can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor truck called the Grub Truck. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. That's an old one. From downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. That is, with the exception of Knuddle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Knuddle's phone showed that this also could have been Knuddle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12. We're going to take this right now. This is the hearing that happened today. Give me just a minute here.
We're on the record in the 2nd Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrates Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, cause number CR 29222805.
Okay,
Mr. Kohberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody.
Educated.
If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer.
She has this memorized.
If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case.
He does look like he's gritting his teeth.
Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2
Very
alleges
confident
that
voice.
he committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought.
This is
kill
not live.
and
This happened a
murder
few minutes
Madison
ago.
Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life.
Death penalty is on the table
understand?
right now.
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree.
So
It
these
alleges that the defendant,
3, 4, and 5
Bryan C.
counts are going to be
Kohberger, on or
identical,
about
other than a
November
different
13th
victim.
of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves.
Yes, we believe that's Ann
a
Taylor,
human
the
being,
attorney.
by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with
While they're
malice
reading this count, I will say
kill
the
and
camera is
murder
not supposed to
Xana
capture the
Pernodal,
family,
a human being, by
the victim
stabbing
or
Xana
defendant's family
Pernodal,
in
from
this
which she died,
video, according
in
to the camera
violation of
rules,
Idaho
without their
Code
permission.
18-4001,
So we shouldn't be seeing them.
4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Got to be another
Yes.
camera. I'll look and see if I can
Count
find
5
another.
alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Kohberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case.
We will not hear much
Taylor,
from...
have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kohberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set a status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
DA Santa Claus is here in the house. So they're saying the status hearing, basically say, give us a little bit, come back and ask us. So a status hearing, the judge will call them back into court and say, basically, now what do you want to do?
And we'll go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m.
Yeah, on the 12th, huh? So we got a week.
We will make sure notice is sent. And then, Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Kohberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Kohberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson.
The state's position is that Mr. Kohberger is not entitled to bond in this case. We can take charges as is noted on the arrest warrant itself.
So they're arguing about whether or not he gets bond right now. And Taylor says we'd like to consider it. The state says no way. It's gonna be no bond.
In this case, there's no direct bail. The defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is. We ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal Law 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional or further information at a later date and time. So with that, then, Mr. Kohberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of the deceased and also for the surviving roommates. I've spoken briefly with Ms. Taylor. She indicated there's no objection.
And Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk.
Those are the two.
As well as the family members and
the DM and
Mr.
BF.
Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me, yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley.
They'll decide what to do on the
And
12th
then a number
as far
of
as how they
members
want to
of the
proceed.
Gonsalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Kohberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. You cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders.
No exceptions.
And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
Okay, that was it. They did not ask for the the hearings to be closed, but they could do that in the next meeting in a week. As he gets ushered out of the courtroom there. Okay, so a couple good questions. What is bond? That's basically when he puts up money as sort of like a promise that he'll return. So he might have to put up $100,000 or 10% of it if a bonding company puts up the money for him. And then he gets out on jail and he promises to return. The more serious the crime, the higher the price of the bond usually. There's generally correlation there. But in this case, the state's saying no bond. He's already tried to go across the country, and we had to arrest him thousands of miles away. No bond. So I don't think that'll change. There were a couple things I wanted to get to. Good call. What's the hearing on the 12th for? Roxanne, the hearing on the 12th, the lawyer basically said, the judge said, how do you want to proceed? Because he has some rights. He has rights to have, a couple hearings to see if there's enough evidence and all that. Do you want to waive any of those rights? And she says, I'm brand new. I just barely got this case. Give me a week. We'll have an answer then. So we'll come back in 1 week and have another hearing that'll be similar to that, and we'll have a little more information. They'll say this is how we'd like to proceed. We'd like to, just reaffirm our right to a speedy trial, or we'd like to waive our right to a speedy trial, or it's lots of things can happen there. But that'll be the next thing. Do you think he chose a woman strategically to represent him, considering we have heard he is incel? Talks poorly about women, etc. No, he didn't get to choose. This was assigned to him, and this particular lawyer is very good. He won the public defender lottery with this lawyer. So let's see. Read it, please. Let's go back to reading it. Okay. Let me just make sure I answer some questions. They do want to do their own testing. I think more arrogant than confidence. Okay. Is there a whole page redacted one? No, it's just a blank page. The sentence continues, Twisted Branches, on page 2 or on page 3. I'm not sure why it scans that way. Are the DA's paralegals elves? He does look like Santa Claus. He really does. Okay, so we're going to go back to reading. This is where we were. We're picking up this is the probable cause affidavit. The DM and BF that you heard mentioned by name by the judge, they're included in a no contact order, so he is not allowed to contact them for the next 2 years, or the family members or anything else, as well as family members of the deceased. So that's for him, and that doesn't hold true for the media. The media can contact them if they want to talk, but it's just for him. Let's see. So we had DoorDash delivery that was verified by the driver at 4 a.m. Then DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So they're saying, not that it's saying Kernoodle is the one who said that, but that it could have been Kernoodle who said there's someone here. So DM thought it was Goncalves, but the police report saying it could have been Kernoodle who said that because Kernoodle was awake. DM stated she looked out her bedroom window but did not see anything when she heard a comment about someone being in the house. DM stated, did I say window? She looked out of her bedroom, which would have been the hall. It didn't say window there. I apologize for inserting that. She stated that she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at nearby, just west of the house, northwest of the house, picked up a distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door, and DM locked herself in a room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. So a combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of of records from BF and DM's phone and video of the suspect video described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. So basically right after DoorDash shows up. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. So basically like dirt, leaves, grass type stuff, decomposed material from a shoe print. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole, just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of the residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or vehicle or suspect's vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos. We have not seen all of these yet in the area from both residential and business addresses. I've reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have conversations with other MPD, ISP, and FBI agents that were similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. So there's a lot of it. A review of the footage indicated that a white sedan was observed traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue on Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at 3:28 a.m. In this video, it appeared that the vehicle was not displaying a front license plate. This is important because states like North Carolina, they only issue one license plate, and you have a plate on the back. Other states, you can actually get pulled over for not having a front plate. This is how law is different from state to state. So he did not have a front license plate, which would be consistent with the registration from out of state. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple signs of suspect vehicle 1, this is the white Elantra, starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle makes initial three passes by the residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as an officer, the neighborhood has very limited travels in the early morning hours, so few vehicles. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit the area during this time. Dallas, thanks for gifting a membership, and congratulations. I'd rather be day working. Appreciate the support of the channel. Thank you, both of you, for being here. Suspect vehicle, I can be seen entering the area fourth time, approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued it to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a three-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road, so back and forth in the area. The vehicle is seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. So that's this is the day of the murders, which would mean it would have to happen before 4:20 a.m. He's next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Sorry. That name gets me every time. Based on my knowledge of the area and the review of the camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during the time frame, I believe the vehicle likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of the vehicle to forensic examiners with the FBI, and initially to identify the year, make, and model of the vehicle. And they have lots of experience identifying vehicles. And after reviewing it, the forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle was a 2011 through 2015 Hyundai Elantra, but on further review indicated it could be a 2011 through 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Thank you, Lee. Thanks for being here. From the crime scene's evidence, I don't know how with 4 victims you cannot make mistakes. Seriously, that's a big crime to bite off as a beginner and to try to get it right. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of the video indicate that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, the white sedan, which is, we sort of have to document this out in a timeline because we sort of jump back and forth sometimes on this, was observed traveling north on Southwest Nevada Street on Stadium Way at approximately 2:53. It's consistent with the description. The vehicle was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman towards SR 270, and that's what leads to Moscow. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner, and he identified the vehicle in that video as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Paula Brown says, does Kohberger have a copy? He does now. It's been filed. His lawyer has it, which means he probably has a copy as well. What color was the DoorDash car? I don't know yet. They haven't released that. It's not in this report. Good question, Coffee Cake. At 5:25 a.m., a white sedan was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. It leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. We're gonna need to model this up on a Google map, and just see if we can figure out where he went. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northeast on SR 70 at 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. And so here's the map, and it shows the path of travel. Now, I'm going to zoom in on this. It's really it's too dark. The image is way too dark. But we've got the white Elantra seen leaving WSU campus right up here. That's where this little arrow is, right in the middle of the screen. And then the direction is where it's seen, which way it travels. And we've got a couple cameras all over that move it back and forth. And then you've got the 1630 Northeast Valley Road up there, locational direction of travel. On November 25th, MPD asked law enforcement official agencies to be on the lookout for, this is November 25th, they were looking for white Hyundai Elantras. Is that when they told us in the public? You're preventing me from taking a midday nap, sir. I'm sorry. This is good stuff. I'm not sure if we'll read the whole thing because this is really long. But on November 5th, they say look out for the white Hyundai Elantras. On the 29th, about 12:30 in the morning, so it's in the overnight hours, the WSU police officer queried white Elantras registered at WSU. So this is a computer query. He looks it up online to see who's registered as a student. And he finds a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate. Basically, it's registered with a parking pass as a student, probably. They find out Bryan Kohberger is the name and where he lives. And it's approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection where the camera had that vehicle. The same day, at about 1 a.m., Officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Hyundai Elantras and noticed, let's see, is that a different officer? Yes, a different WSU officer was looking for vehicles and notices one in the parking lot, and it's at the address of the apartment complex. He also ran the car. It returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag, and that's where he has the driver's license and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. So these are things that connect with the report from the resident in the home. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. That's a pretty solid clue. Further investigation, including Latah County Sheriff Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam reports, showed that on August 21st, this is back before that, Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop, and we can find that. We think this was he was pulled over, and I'm not sure if he was pulled over for something else, but he was cited for not wearing his seatbelt. During the stop, which was recorded via body camera, we'll try to request that. He gave his phone number. So the law enforcement knew his phone number ended with 58. Hereafter, the 58 phone, as the cellular telephone numbers, investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 58 phone was issued by AT&T. On the October 14th, he was detained as part of a traffic stop. This is a different traffic stop, right? Yes, we've got two. Well, first on August 21st and one on October 14th. So I'm not sure which one was the seatbelt issue. It might have been another one altogether. But he gets pulled over a lot, especially on the way home. He's like, what, is this a coincidence? I get stopped all the time. Anyway, Kohberger was the sole occupant of the vehicle. He was driving it, had the Pennsylvania plate. On November 18th, Kohberger registered the white Elantra with Washington and later received a Washington plate number. Prior to this time, it was registered in Pennsylvania. But, see, based on experience with Washington law enforcement, know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators at the time he wrote this, they believed he was still driving that because it was captured on a license plate reader in Colorado and in Hannock County, Indiana, in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger there in Pennsylvania, and he has family there. Based on the information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. He wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with Pullman Police Department. He applied for an internship with Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of the investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence. On November 13th, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., after determining that Kohberger was associated to both the car and the phone, investigators reviewed the search warrants. A query of the phone, and these records did not show the phone utilizing cell towers, did not show it in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. So basically, between those hours, it was not on, but it could have been turned off. And that's what he says in the next paragraph. I know on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit crime prior to the date of the crime. And it is impossible that an individual, during these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cell phone on and turn it off or leave it in another location if they plan to commit the offense. On December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records. This is the scary stuff. This is what the FBI can get. Paula Brown, I see that. We are hearing that the FBI ordered the Indiana troopers to make those stops. That's not covered in here, though. But on December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th and November 14th. This is the first one. It's historical for a very narrow window of time, right around the murder. He got those records from AT&T, and he reviewed them. They show that the phone was registered out of Pennsylvania. The account's been open since July. You get all these records. The FBI, let's scroll down here, very, very educated people who know how to search these records. But the phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington on November 13th. Let's see. So that's what his address at his apartment. Then at 2:47 a.m., the phone utilizes resources to provide coverage just south of that. So it's shown leaving the apartment.
Take my money.
Bernie the Heart Dragon says, take my money. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you, Bernie. Let's see here. So it basically shows him moving. I'm going to scan through this. It's very tedious for all these reports, but he uses resources that show that he's moving from Washington to Idaho on Highway 95, and then back north into Pullman at approximately 5:30 a.m. It's using resources there. So basically, these pings are positioning him around, shows where he's moving. Based on the review, it's consistent with the video that they have of the travel of the car. It also puts him at the King Road residence on different dates. They've got a depiction here that shows a possible route of cellular device service, and we do see little drops that we don't know entirely, but they think that's where he might have gone based on the timing, and there's probably a lot of factors that go into that they put that together. It didn't connect any service provider on November 14th, but they believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. No, the investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone was not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date, so he hasn't returned since that date to Moscow. He believed that he used the phone. He was likely the driver of the car and of that suspect vehicle, the white Elantra, and the route of travel there. The lack of the phone being on is consistent with him attempting to conceal his location, and that he was there for the commission of the crime. This is the big search warrant. December 23rd, he got granted a search warrant for the historical data for the phone from the date it was issued in June of 2022 to the current. Basically, give me everything you've got on that phone to see if he had stalked any of the victims. The pen register and trap and trace. This is basically all the phone calls as well. So I think he got all the location, all the phone calls, all the text messages, everything that's possibly stored on this phone that AT&T has, he got, and it was granted. Pursuant to that search, he received records from the phone, and he was able to determine estimated locations from June 2022 to the present, the time period authorized by court.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate all your hard work on this channel.
Thank you. Sorry, the message doesn't show up very well because of the background. But Crafty Cow, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for all you do. So it basically shows that several times between on these occasions, at least 12 occasions prior to the day of the murder, that he's there at the 1122 King Road address. That it puts him in that area. All of those times, except for one, occurred in the late evening and the early morning hours of their respective days. So he frequented this place a lot of times. 12 times he approached it. Of these occasions, on August 21st, the phone was there from 10:30 to 11:35 p.m. And then at 11:37, he was stopped by a Latah County Sheriff's deputy that night. So everything's matching up and put him there. Further analysis of the cellular data provided shows that the phone used resources on November 13th at approximately 12:36 p.m. at the Kate Cup of Joe's coffee stand, and there's surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store located adjacent to that catches that on the vehicle on there at the same time. So these are just all the pieces that put together that say we've got the right information together. When we see his phone there, we know it's him. When we see his car there, we know his phone's there. We know he's there, type thing. They're just connecting all the dots. At approximately 12:46, the phone is in the area of Albertson's grocery store. They got footage from the grocery store that showed that he entered, he bought unknown items, checked out, left at 1 p.m., and they've got a possible path of travel here as well. Additional analysis of the records indicate that between 5:32 and 5:36, the phone used resources that put it in Johnson, Idaho. Then the phone stops reporting from 5:36 to 8:30 p.m. So just over 3 hours, or just under 3 hours, he's got his phone turned off or out of coverage. That's consistent with the phone being in the area in the hours immediately following the suspect time of the homicides occurred. So we're going to have to map this out to really see what it looks like. And I'll have to get to work on that. But we'll do a timeline and enter all these in maybe for tomorrow's live stream. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence in PA. And that evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. They did a DNA test. They obtained a profile from the trash and did a profile on the DNA obtained from the sheath that was found at the crime scene. And they identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect. So let's read this again in detail. On December 8th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. Are they saying his dad's DNA is on the button? Is that what they're saying there? Am I reading this wrong? I might have heard this wrong. Okay, one more time. Miss Chris, thank you very much. Is there something I need to address there? Let me know. Okay, read it again, says Abby. I will. On December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath, so both the trash and the sheath, identified a male that would not exclude being the biological father of the suspect. At least, so that's like 100%, nearly 100% match of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. So basically, it's his dad's DNA was on the knife. Is that what you're hearing? Genetic DNA, or maybe it could have been his DNA, but it just the way it's written is that it couldn't be excluded that it was his dad. I don't understand the biological father comment. Yeah, I'm not a DNA expert on this one. Anytime you get a DNA expert testifying in court, first of all, they just start saying words and my eyes glaze over, right? But the not to exclude, the percentiles and stuff, it's very technical, but it's very precise. So anyway, based on the information, we issued the warrants. That's what we've got here. I think that's all we're going to read here today. We're going to dig into this. I'll dig into this overnight as well in the afternoon, and we'll handle that. Let's see what WFLA is showing the same video.
This case has no bail at this point in time.
No bail. This is what we saw earlier.
Further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Kohberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Commissioner, the state is asking for no contact orders.
Okay, so they get no contact orders for the two defendants or the two survivors of the house, as well as the family of the victims. Let's see, Mehdi says the genealogy that was done tests for relatives of the suspect. Therefore, his dad's DNA was used to tie him to the crime. That's why it says includes the father's DNA. Okay. But that's enough for them. It basically points to him. Not the dad, but it points to him because they got his DNA, his profile. They use his dad's DNA to link it to the DNA on the knife, which is Bryan's. Okay. The dad's DNA was on a cup or something retrieved from a trash can. They analyzed it and found the DNA of his father matched the DNA that was consistent with Kohberger's DNA. Just the way it was written, Sparky, it's written in a confusing way. So thank you for all those they're clarifying. Chris, the DNA they got from the trash in PA is 99% the DNA of his biological father, of whoever the DNA belongs to on the knife sheath. That's a good explanation. Thank you for clarifying that. They sent the dad's trash to Idaho for testing. They did. I bet they showed up in a garbage truck and, did the whole, let's take the trash and pretend we're throwing it in the back of the truck and then drive away and immediately take it out and then analyze it. Just like straight out of the movies. Gordon Blackett says, I've always wondered why it's always on or about the date when the charges are being read. Obviously, the exact date is known. Yeah, it's just the language they use, but it also allows for slight variations. Because if for some reason they find that a timestamp was wrong on a camera or something, they don't have to suddenly recharge or file new charge or everything. They say on or about, and it will cover that time period. You can filter spam on these chats. I apologize if there's spam. We've had a lot of people join today that haven't been with us in the past, and so if it's really crazy out there, first of all, thank you mods for handling that as best we can. Chat is going crazy for sure. Where can we find the court hearing from this morning? We just played that a little bit right now. Law and Crime is replaying it. WFLA is replaying that. You can get that online. I can back up if you want to see that. Let's see, WFLA. See if I can find a good copy of that for you. Okay. I'm trying to back up to just WFLA's feed here. Okay, here we go. We'll try to get the whole thing. So here we go. We're going to take this from WFLA.
Feed of Kohberger's court appearance has just come in. Let's listen.
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case.
I'll do that, and I'll probably rename it to be a read-through. Their audio is awful.
And setting this matter.
Your Honor, I have, we would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings are in agreement with that.
Okay, so this is they caught the tail end of this. They didn't really catch the whole video. They didn't take it live. Law and Crime probably has a better complete video of that, but we're not going to go back and re-show that at this point. Basically, he was read the charges, and his attorney says, "Hey, I'm pretty new on this. I don't know. We haven't decided what we want to do as far as waiving rights and things like that. So give us a week, and we're going to have another hearing in 1 week. Status hearing. Everyone, all the same players will be back. Bryan will probably be back as well, and they're going to decide how they want to move forward. If they're going to waive the speedy trial right, if they're going to waive some of the hearings that he's entitled to, like a probable cause hearing, things like that."
Thank you, Scott, and all my addict friends. This was just unbelievable. Smiling face with heart, smiling face with smiling eyes, and hugging hands.
Thank you very much, Bella. I appreciate your support of the channel, and it was worth it. It was a long day watching that flight yesterday, waiting for this document to come out, and now it's here. I'm gonna do some work and build probably a Google map with some timelines and see if we can ascertain some stuff that they're not telling us, but they are sort of telling us about, as they gave us a lot of timestamp information about that vehicle travel. I want to get an idea of where he went during the breaks of when he was seen. So that might be interesting. Let's see. Anybody else have a question? If you do have a question, tag me like Bitfinex did here with at Recovery Addict in the question. I will try to put a timestamp on there for the read through for the first time through. But that'll be useful. I'll change the description as well as a read through of the document, or I might just extract it and just put that up. Okay, let's see. Marquis says, "I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing a masked man was in my house. How did she wait until late morning the next day to call the cops and think something was wrong?" It's late at night. I mean, she might have been really tired and just been like, "Oh, that's weird." And I'm going to sleep, and just have it not register. I mean, how many times have you seen something that's just like, it does not compute type thing? Let's see, Michelle, do you think the trial will be live on TV, Recovery Addict? Michelle, we hope so. We saw we had cameras in the courtroom. That was delayed because of the way the order was interpreted. They've basically said we're going to record it live and then share it on YouTube. So it might be an after the fact thing, which would sort of suck. But I think because the cameras are allowed there, that might be clarified, and the cameras will be allowed to live stream just from those two cameras. That's what I think. So yes, I think so. Mike Dunphy says, "Can his public attorney request to be removed from the case due to personal disgust?" She could say that she has a conflict of interest, but the judge could inquire to that and pursue that information. A lot like you saw in Sarah Boone's case. That lawyer tried to get off of being her lawyer, and judge said no. She's appointed, so she can't just quit. Why is he waiving all the hearings? He hasn't waived anything yet. This was his first hearing that he had a right to, and that this hearing he can't waive. He has to be, read the charges. They have to find out if he has a representation or if he wants to represent himself. There are some things that have to happen next that could have begun right now that the judge started to ask about, and his lawyer stood up and said, really, I'm just so new. We're just barely getting our feet wet in this case. Give us a week, and then we'll have some answers. So we'll hear some more. If he is starting to waive some of those hearings, we'll hear them next week. But we don't know how this discovery process is going. Usually it doesn't happen instantly, that as soon as the charges are filed, voila, all of the evidence just shows up.
Thanks for everything you do.
At the office. So they want more information. They might waive some hearings or not waive some hearings to make that speed up a little bit. Edwin, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate the support. It's wonderful to have all you guys here and the great questions and information you guys bring. Let's see. Amber says about half an hour ago, sorry, I missed this. Please make this announcement for me. I'm going to hang out in the sidebar voice chat on the Discord to help those who need the documents. So if you struggle with Discord and you want some help, Amber is actually the one who alerted me to these documents as soon as they dropped, and that's why we were able to take them, get them live so quickly. But go to Discord, join the voice chat, the sidebar disc chat, and she's in there. She can walk you through that if you need some help. Let's see. We've got some more information sent. Just reading through all the messages to the burner phone. I've had just a ton of stuff. Okay. All right. I have a call I need to make regarding another case we may have some really limited and exclusive access to. And because of that, we've got to take a break. It's after lunchtime. We've missed lunch. We've been going since 9 o'clock this morning. It's almost 2, and we've got the documents we were waiting for. So I think what we're going to do here is sort of just take a break, call it a day, sort of sort through everything we've seen, and just let it soak in a little bit, analyze it, and get ready to talk about it again tomorrow. We don't have the eyedrop case that we were expecting by Judge Doro. That's not going to be happening because of a delay. So we're probably going to look back at that and have just a sort of a more relaxed stream tomorrow, and just do some Q&A and discussion. What stood out to people, things like that. I will say first of all,
going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should, shouldn't we? I will say a massive thank you to the mods on the channel. We've got mods from all over the world who work really hard to keep. I don't consent to that name. They work really hard to keep this channel just a fun place to come and talk. And if you've just shown up today and like what you see, it's a lot is due to them and due to some of the amazing people like you who like to talk about true crime, who like to look into this, like to get information, or curious and about these events and how they proceed. Please hit the subscribe button if you like that. Come back and join us. We do this every single day. I've been doing this pretty much every day since about the middle of the Darrell Brooks trial, towards the end of October. This is what I do. I call myself the Recovery Addict. If you join and follow, I like to call you addicts as well. We're all addicted to true crime, and it's fun. It's a fun place. I don't say it's like a safe space, like the snowflake type safe space thing, but it is a place where we try to be respectful to each other, even though we have very different opinions. Just because I say one thing doesn't mean you can't have a contrary opinion in chat. And I actually do appreciate that, as long as we can have a civil discussion about it. I mean, if you got some information, change my mind. I've been wrong before. I'll probably be wrong again. But this is a fun place to come and talk about it. If you do become a subscriber or a member, I think you'll find that in chat it's full of people who are, you'd probably be friends with if you ran into just on the street. A lot of good people here. It's a unique little corner of the internet where we can find this. Let me see if I can answer any other questions. Chris says, "What's up, Recovery Addict?" We're just finished reading the document this morning. Thank you, mods, definitely. Appreciate all those who've subscribed, who support the channel either through a super chat or a super sticker, or just who show up and talk and just ask the questions, the insightful questions, provide some answers, who text the burner phone, any tips they see. It's just phenomenal. The support I get from you guys is amazing, and I can't say enough good things about it. Katie says, I appreciate the full read on the probable cause statement. I feel very informed. Thank you. I appreciate that, Katie. I was glad I was able to do that for you. Let's see. This is the burner phone. It's now available for the regular texting now that we're not on the document watch. So if you need to text me or leave a voicemail, you can do that. I will say I've got a lot of messages. I try to reply personally to every single message I get on the burner phone. With how the channel's blown up recently, it's harder to do that. Please don't think I'm ignoring you. I do read every single one of them. You guys are amazing. Catlaw, thank you very much. Eileen, this is a wonderful group. It is great to be here. Love the channel, love the content. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate you. It would not be the same without you guys here. Really, you are what makes this a fun place. The Discord ladies are great. I cannot give enough praise to them today for getting the scoop on those documents and getting them in my hands so quickly. We'll do that another day. No more, Mr. Brooks. Quiet on your side of the court. The documents were very informative. I'm so glad they gave us that detail. It would have been very frustrating if it was just a redacted copy with, just the basics that we already know. But
look at Plunder YT caught on news coverage returning to scene driving by in background matches the 9 a.m. phone records.
Hey, that's what we were looking for. Thank you, first of all, for the super chat. But that's what we're looking for, to see if the information we have about the car and the location, the pings, the timing on the camera and stuff, if that matched what we had seen in the background. So if it matches the 9 a.m. phone records, and that's fascinating. Basically, he got caught by the news cameras. That's awesome. Thank you for that, I appreciate that. Thanks for your support of the channel as well. Moth Moon says, there's too many red flags to other serial killers, and BTK Daughters was way too happy to play her victim card. There's some crazy coincidences in this thing, and they might not be all coincidences. A public service announcement. Check the expiration dates on those condiments, folks. Pantries make poor time machines. Hey, I don't let pickles go to waste. I don't think I've ever had a pickle jar go bad on me because I consume them too quickly. I will put a plug in here. If you guys haven't noticed by now, I love pickles. They just make the world go round. Everything is better with the pickle. And recently I discovered a spicy maple bourbon pickle, which if you haven't tried a pickle, it's a bread and butter type pickle. It's a sweeter pickle, not a dill. They're phenomenal. They're the best things ever. I am trying to get Walmart to sponsor this show. Not Walmart as a whole, but just Walmart's Sam's Choice spicy maple bourbon pickles. I've reached out to them and said, basically, your sales are going through the roof on the pickles because of this channel. Everyone who tries them loves them. And please, can you at least send free pickles? So if you have a social media contact with Walmart, just reach out to them and let them know that I'd like to be sponsored by their pickles. Not the store in general, but just their pickles. Anthony says, I think this is the perfect place to play How I Caught a Killer on Hulu. Watch out for it. I'm in episode 4 in the reenactment scenes. Awesome, Anthony. That is cool. A person trying to commit a perfect murder walks past a witness. Yeah, okay. The best kind of pickles are the ones in a trash can. Bill, oh man, there's an opinion that definitely goes contrary to how I feel. But I will say, have you tried spicy maple bourbon? It could change your mind. We did have a little pickle plug there. I do it shamelessly. Have nothing to benefit from that either, unless they do actually. Bill, you work for Walmart. Okay, we're going to pull those strings, Bill. First of all, check out those pickles. I think they're $3.84. Very reasonable for what you get. Just love them. Let's see. Southpaw Red says, I'm glad to find your channel. Thank you for finding us, Southpaw. I'm glad you can be here. Hope you can come back. I do this every morning. We go live 9 a.m. Eastern time every morning, Monday through Friday. Sometimes do a weekend show as well. Haven't done a couple just because there's been so much homework getting ready for the other live streams. But that's all I do. I don't make videos and then post them and share them with you because I really suck at that. But for some reason, it's easier for me to talk when I know that there's you on the other side of the camera. But them are fighting words for sure. We like pickles, but it's all right. You don't have to like them to be here. Bill, you're going to like these because there's no vinegar taste on these the spicy maple bourbons. It's a good pickle. I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's worth it to give it a try. Let's see, they have eyewitnesses on Real. I think Ethan was found on the bathroom floor. Lisa, the way I read it, I think he was found in the bedroom, and she was found more in the doorway, right opposite the bathroom. I'll have to go back and look at that again. but they were both sort of in the same room, with one visible from the hallway and the other in the room. 20 years this year. That's awesome. Bill, it's rare nowadays for somebody to work anywhere for 20 years. So that's awesome to have that many years with the same company. Hope they're treating you well. Do you get a discount on the pickles? And if so, can we place an order? It sounded like they were both in the bathroom to me. I could go back and look at that. I'll probably do it another day. My voice is getting tired from the reading, I have to admit. DNA is a double-edged sword for sure. Chris says, better than anything I've heard anywhere else on this case. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. When does court start? Laura, we just had the hearing. It was very brief. Nothing new really came out of it. We know that he has a lawyer. It's that amazing lady from Kootenai County. She has had some notable cases before where she had a murder suspect who looked like it was a slam dunk case, and she managed to get it overturned. I don't know if overturned or not guilty conviction, because she found that was able to prove that a cop had lied. Ann says, great information. Thanks, Scott. Catch you tomorrow. Recovery Addict to Buy Addicts. We'll see you later. Thanks for being here, Ann. I appreciate that. He's already been to court. If you want to see it, you can go back, watch Law and Crime, catch a rerun. They're playing it over and over. It's just a couple minutes long. Basically, there's no bond. He's being held. They're playing it right now, as a matter of fact, if you watch like that.
So as we know that Bryan is the alleged perpetrator.
No, that's somebody else. Sorry. They're talking over it. But they're showing that over and over. It's very quick. Nothing really new there. Thank you. You've done a formidable job. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. Is he in solitary confinement? Molly, we were told that he would not be in general population. So I don't know if it's solitary. It's a small jail. They've only had like 37, 38 inmates, maybe 39 now with Bryan. And it's just right below the courthouse. It's a small town jail. And so there probably isn't a huge risk, but they still are taking some precautions. Let's see. Douglas is like, wait, cops lie? Say it ain't so. I know how you feel about police, Douglas. Thanks for bringing your perspective here to the channel. Thank you so much. Yes, it's time to fire the Lajans cannon in my direction. My throat's a little bit sore. They have said they're going to comply with his dietary restrictions, which is normal. You know, it's his restrictions seem a bit extreme, but they said they'll comply with that. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Newsflash, people lie. Everybody. I've lied on several occasions, sometimes unknowingly, and thanks for catching me on those and correcting me. Vivian says, Recovery Addict, you're awesome. All you addicts on here as well. I call you friends. Vivian, thank you so much for being here. It would not be the same without you. Hopefully you can come back often and join us here and chat. If this hearing was televised, do you think that the trial will be televised? Nancy, the question... I say yes, because I read the order that Judge put out on the 3rd that he signed that basically told the reporters and the cameramen how they could act and how they're going to proceed, how many cameras would be involved, how they have to share the footage and all that. And it was almost all a standard procedure. And then there's a section that says basically you can't be live tweeting or you filming this from the courtroom from your phones, no live streaming from the courtroom. And the way that the news media has read that is like, well, they sort of conflict because you've told us, hey, we can have live streaming and we're supposed to share it with everybody. But at the same time, you've said no live streaming. So they've gone the cautious route and they taped it and then provided it after the fact. I think they'll ask for clarification. And hopefully, I've got my fingers crossed, hopefully that clarification will be, we will allow those 2 video cameras to live stream, but we don't want people with their cell phones live streaming from the courtroom. I think that's what we're going to end up with. Abe Foreman says, new subscriber here. Thank you, Abe. Thanks for doing that. I bet Bryan is enjoying some mashed beans and macaroni. Probably. Let's see. Do you stir the pickles? Asking for a friend. Laura, I don't. The pickles come with usually 1 or 2 very hot chili peppers in them, which I do not eat. They're too hot for me. They're not too hot heat-wise. I can handle the heat, but there's not a flavor that I like alone. With the pickle, it's phenomenal. But I do drink the juice. And we're working on a merchandise item that's going to be a shot glass for pickle juice. We're working on that. Hopefully I'll have that here next week. But right now we pretty much only have our True Crime Addict mug, which it's available in 5 colors. And on the other side it says subject objection overruled grounds from the Darrell Brooks trial. But we've only got those going right now. Thanks again. Have a great day, addicts. Welcome aboard, new people in chat and new subscribers. Thank you. It's awesome to have all of you here. No excuse to the phone pinpointing my whereabouts. Yeah, now you know what the FBI can do. They can go back in time and find out where you were. Don't carry your phone if you're connecting to crime. Molly says, have you ever found anything good metal detecting? Yes, I found a
subject matter jurisdiction.
I found a handgun. Actually, one of the I was out with one of the subscribers here in the channel, KF7AI or K7. I forgot his name. AIF is his name. 7AIF is how it ends. But his name is Bob. But we were out together, and I found a handgun. But it was not metal detecting. So I found several bullets and things like that metal detecting. So I sort of mix and match what I was telling you there. Metal detecting, I have found a $5 gold coin from 1842, I believe. A New Orleans mint. It was actually, I found it, someone had lost it 75 years before. I heard the story, went to the yard where it was lost and found it within about half an hour and was able to return it to the person who lost it as a kid. He's like 80 some odd years old now. But that was fun. I've also found a lot of gold rings. Debbie, who appears in chat sometimes, was actually the winner when I reached 1,000 subscribers. Right when you first watched here, I chose one person to send the rings to, and she was the winner. And I sent a whole rope full of rings that I had found metal detecting, a couple gold, a bunch of silver, a couple tungsten carbide to her. So she has all those rings. I do find a lot of rings. I'm going to do some metal detecting on Saturday as well, a Civil War site. Let's see. Any other questions here? Greg says, Kootenai. I get it wrong every time, Greg. You're going to have to correct me over and over. It'll sink in eventually. Very close to Washington, says Beavis and Butthead. Okay, thanks. His lawyer's gotten someone off with way more evidence than this. The prosecution needs to be flawless. Chris, you're right. He has a good lawyer. He won the lottery when it comes to public defenders. And he'll have another lawyer as well, because this is a capital case. He should have two. Let's see. How's that coin only worth $5? Well, MB, it's not. It's actually worth about $2,000, but it's $5 face value. Back in the day, that's what it was worth. But now to a collector, they pay about $2,000, give or take, depending on the condition. It was in pretty good condition. And just a fun note about finding gold coins in the ground. Almost always when you find them in the ground, they come up as shiny as the day they were dropped, because gold doesn't tarnish. It's a noble metal, and it does not tarnish underground over time. So 75 years in the ground, still just glistened. The video's on my channel if you want to look for that. I've got that on there. Are we going to cover Sarah Boone's trial? Yes, we are, Southpaw. I've got a request into the governor right now, actually requesting a document in that Sarah Boone case that I haven't seen anybody else have. I like to get documents before everybody else. But I've requested that in a public records request, and we're hoping to get a letter that she wrote to the governor. So they've been sitting on that request for a couple of weeks now. Hopefully soon we'll have something on that front. We also have a request in from California Highway Patrol that in the next week or so we should be hearing from them on the dog chase incident where the guy.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
Yeah, that one. We should get all sorts of footage, body cam footage, possibly some video from the helicopter, radio traffic, arrest reports, use of force reports. I asked for everything I could get there. So we're waiting for that. It might cost me a pretty penny to get that, but I'm super excited about that. You should have said heads or tails with the gold coin. I gave it back to the family. For me, the enjoyment was finding it, and the fact that they have that story and can complete that legend, because it was, at this point they weren't even sure if the gold coin really ever existed. It was just a story that was lost, and a whole generation had grown up without it being there. And so being able to return that to them, that was just a neat thing for me. It was awesome to be a part of it. Good Civil War sites in West Virginia and cool reenactments too. Yes, there are. I've got this one here is in North Carolina. It's not far from me, on some private property that we think has not been hunted before. So it should be interesting. For those of us who are literal, please specify. I make that mistake a lot. Sorry, I'll be more clear in the future. Bella says, I've had my hair in rollers since 9 a.m. I look like Shirley Temple today. It's a great look. You do Shirley Temple well, Bella. All right. Metal detecting is fun, guys. It actually is. It's like dirt fishing. hit the like button. Thank you very much. Pickles, not politics. With that, we're going to start some music here if I can get the right button going here. There it is. I will end with the way I end all my live streams. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to the mods. Thank you to those who have subscribed. Thanks who've been so generous in your support of the channel today. It warms my heart and it keeps me in splitted pickles. So thank you very much. Also, tonight, when you go home, if you're not home, when you're home, please hug the people you love, tell them you love them, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Unless there's some crazy police chase or breaking news that happens this afternoon, because you know I'll be back for that. But please, if you want to join us there, just know that the first person who talks in chat when we go live next time will win the internet. We give it away every single day. The downside is you're responsible for everything IP related when you win. And so thank you very much, everybody. It's been a lot of fun here today. I appreciate every single one of you. It's time for a break. Scott must be hungry. How do you do live streams without food and bathroom breaks? You're a trooper. I'm a superhero in that regard. I don't know. I was blessed with the bladder of an elephant, as somebody said. Or I'm sponsored by Depends. It depends on how you want to look at it. You rock. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody. We'll see you. Have a great day.